even as you're registering in the political party, you have to speak to the ideology of the party, so that we move from individual-centered parties into ideology as the driver of these political parties. But even to speak to the issue of the emergence of the independent candidates, perhaps what informed a lot of that signing into the independent candidates is flawed nomination processes within the political parties. And so some people from the advance would just feel that I might not find a fair process there, and I might be locked out because, I'm not keen with the, party leader, or I don't have the kind of resources that my opponent has, and et cetera, et cetera. And so that might have informed the formation of that. But when we look at our constitution, it talks about Kenya being a multi-party democracy. So we still must go back to forming our political parties and strengthening them with our own ideologies, putting them to accountability so that we see the growth and the membership and all that. But we cannot deviate to going back to individuals running government. It speaks badly even to the idea of teamwork. Yes.
And Prof, it's a good thing you brought about the issue of the judiciary, because partly why we are not seeing the numbers by IEBC is because of what the Apex Court judged in the year 2017. Yeah. And we had so many election petitions, and I had the opportunity to follow since the 2017, and they went all the way to 2019. This transparency that IEBC has come up with, of course, there are some leaders who talked about we will concede defeat, and talked about even going to the court is actually accepting the results of the election. This is something that could narrow down or cut the petitions that are always filed after an election.
Yeah, because you see, last time you had something like open the server.
Yes.
And I think this is actually opening the server before you ask. So the server is open. No one will ever ask, open the server, French are still asleep. No, the server is open. And that is the best way to execute the issue of transparency. Now, you are having people, because before, you used to go to the polling station, and then you come and say, they have stolen my election, but I forgive them. Mm-hmm. This time, they'll tell you which form someone can do for you. And for a constituency, we know how many polling stations are there, and someone can do and tell you, you lied that they stole from you here, I was in that polling station, we signed that form. I think this is a good thing whereby people start realizing it's very difficult to lie to Kenyans. And in fact, in this election, why people are quiet is that IBC has said, those forms are there, the results will only come from those forms. The physical one will only be used for verification, but those are the results. Tally them and give me yours, I'll give you mine. Then tell me where I've gone wrong. That one is saying that even before we go to Supreme Court, the media houses can verify. The political party can confirm what is confirmed, what the media houses have done and the IBC has done. So all those questions that are being raised against IBC has been done. But nevertheless, there are some important questions to ask also about IBC, because I saw some questions they responded today, and they looked a little bit casual. Remember, Chebukati presided over an election that was nullified. So let us not, again, put too much confidence, but let's ask all the questions until we get a credible results. I heard someone asking me, how do you rate IBC? When Chebukati was asked himself, how do you rate the institution yourself? He said, until I have the results, I cannot rate myself. Which means, in spite of all that has been done, it's not over until it's over. When we get results, that the same Supreme Court will say this was credible, it had no irregularities, it had no illegalities. Remember, there's something that is important for us to mention on this show. That when Supreme Court did their ruling, they said that this election was conducted with irregularities and illegalities. And they asked IBC, before the next election,
which is this,
ensure you treat all those things. And there's something very interesting, that should the court be called upon to adjudicate in any other next election, if those irregularities and illegalities are not treated, the court will reach the same decision irrespective of who is the candidate. I'm sure as Chebukati sleeps, walks, moves, eats, he knows that should he not cure the irregularities and the illegalities, the Supreme Court called upon will reach the same decision irrespective of who is the candidate. Remember, they reached that decision when the sitting president was running. What if it is this time where there are guys running and not sitting presidents? So that's why we need to be patient as Kenyans, allow Chebukati not just to give us results, but results which has no illegalities and regularities. Remember, this election is 44.6 billion Kenya shillings. If that happens, we shall spend another near 44.6 billion shillings, and that money can do so much.
Indeed, and of course, as we wind up, perhaps you can also dig in that conversation. Is that the transparency that IEBC has endeavored to follow, and that is why Kenyans are quite anxious, because it's the first time that we haven't seen the big wall having the numbers, but it's for a good reason. We can avoid a lot of petitions in court and tribunals because of making the process seamless, free, credible, and transparent, as Prof says.
You know, sometimes patience is a good thing. And sometimes not rushing into things is also a good thing. I was here in 2017, still at Bomas. And I remember, just interacting with the system. And I vote in Pumwani ward, which is just here in Kamukunji. And by 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, there was nothing from just him. And it was like, it cannot be network. We're in Nairobi and all that. So the fact that this time the portal has the forms, but we don't have the drama, because that drama is possibly what creates the chaos. That you start seeing results streaming in little by little, then come to midnight, there's a pause. You are already following. You're already beginning to tabulate. Everybody is excited. We are following. And then suddenly the screen is, blue. I mean, nothing is happening. And then now from there, 3 hours later, it's jammed. Now you cannot even keep up, So suddenly, all sorts of stories now, come up. But now, the process, the system, what Chebukati has done with us, he said, at your own pace. I don't know what technology you have, what infrastructure you have, but at your own pace, just look at the forms. They are right there. If you're not able to keep up, it's because of your own, shortcomings. But there are the forms. Allow me now the time to then do my tally and begin to produce the result as at when I'm ready. But at your own pace, you can actually be doing it. And now Kenyans are realizing that, as Prof was saying, it is an enormous task. It is not easy, even you doing it by yourself. So everybody has been kept busy in their own corner, and that buys us the time that we need so that we can actually have a verifiable process.
Of course, and let me give you a minute each as we wrap it up and also follow keenly on what other parts of the country. We have seen some of the MPs have already been announced as winners or MP-elect, and so we also be keeping a keen eye on that. Perhaps we can start with you, Prof.
Mine is to, first of all, to urge Kenyans to trust on the institution until you have a reason not to trust them, because we have to begin assuming that someone will do something wrong. At the same time, ask all institutions entrusted with this process to do the right thing. Also ask parties that are giving signals which are not appropriate to stop doing it.
The propaganda.
Yes, let them, if they have tallied them, they'll keep the results until they have a reason to present to IBC to doubt what IBC is doing. So we should not be throwing and saying we have these numbers. No one has asked you. Just tally, everybody's tallying. Keep your results until you're asked to submit them to disconfirm or confirm the official results, because there's no results to confirm, there is no result to disconfirm. I know everybody has a tallying center. I know Azimio has done their tallying also. They are also having their numbers, they are waiting. Let Kenya Kwanza also just wait with the result they say they claim to have. They have not been asked to go live and demonstrate them. Let everyone look at peace. What we are looking for is how can we go back to our normal life, and let's pray, because Kenya is a religious nation.
Thank you so much. Isabel, wrap it up.
Thank you very much. In this election and any other election, IEBC is an independent body, and we have only one returning officer for the presidential election, who is Honorable Wafula Chebukati. Now, if there is any communication that is going to come to us, an official communication will have to be from the chair himself. Any other result should be disregarded. Any other communication, the official communication is here with us at Bomas and through the chairperson and the commissioners. Any other communication, again, on this presidential election and results should again be dismissed, and therefore let us be agents of peace in our own areas. Let us be people who are responsible with our communication, even with the following that we have, whether on social media or any other networks that we have. Let us be responsible Kenyans, and let us provide leadership by also following the set down procedures. Thank
Well
you.
said. Thank you so much, Isabel Githinji. And you are here in 2017. I can see you are so warm. I think you should have
I know the
given me a
drill.
text. You know the drill.
Yes.
Yes, we are keeping vigil right here at the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center. And of course, we have our reporters in all the constituencies, the 290 of them. Of course, some of the MP-elect have already been announced at the polling stations. And remember, IBC said what was the final tally at the polling station will not change. But at the end of the day, IEBC will be giving us a brief tomorrow at 10 a.m. Of course, it will be weighted by Kenyans and international community, because that will be forming basis of now the tabulation by IEBC, which is being weighted, bated breath by Kenyans. Remember, they have 7 days to announce the results, and they say they will do their best to ensure that we don't take the 7 days, so that, as Prof has said, tulichaguana hesabiwe turudi makazi zetu. And of course, democracy is quite expensive. It's better we wait for the 1 week and have a free, credible tabulation of the results, as opposed to us having petitions or having to go back to the drawing board again. Thank you so much for watching. Fred Ogola and Isabel Githinji, thank you so much for your insight. Now taking you back to Broadcasting House, but we are keeping vigil here till morning, where our colleagues will be also coming to relieve us, and of course the latest. Keep it KBC. Remember, all the results that you are seeing are only provisional results. From me, Ben Troy, thank you.
And thank you very much, Troy. That is our very own Troy Njue coming to you live from the Bomas of Kenya. As he has said, we are here to just keep you abreast with what is happening, just coordinating with our reporters as well in the different parts across the country, the 47 counties, as well as also what is happening at the National Tallying Center. And we're just back in studio to continue apace with that conversation we had begun earlier and trying to explore the youth card in this election. We were talking about 8.4 million young people out of the 22.1 million registered voters. In fact, as it stands so far, we are talking about 61, about slightly around that, voter turnout in this particular election, very different from what you had in the 2017 election. So where is the disconnect? I'm still holding court with my guest. That is Advice Mudalo, who is a political and communication strategist. We also have Tom on the other side, who is still holding court with his guests there, but we shall be coordinating, with that. But before we get to Tom, let's just pick it up on that note, Advice. I mean, you talked about 8.4 million. This is 22.1 million voters. In fact, when we were during the campaign season, politicians were already banking on the young population up until IEBC released that data and they realized, wait a minute, this could just be a problem if we bank on these young people. Where is the disconnect? Again, just as you respond to that, bearing in mind that young people have over time said that we want a seat in the table, yet they do not want to be part of that decision making. Where's the disconnect?
Yeah, it is actually quite unfortunate that in a country with the biggest chunk of young people, it doesn't really occur to be the case using the registrations and the voter register with the IEBC. But then, I think the biggest problem, apart from the reality that young people have also not been extremely aggressive, but there was also a sensitization problem at also the IEBC level, in the time even of registering of the voters.
Okay.
We didn't see the drive be given the energy that it was given previously, even in previous elections. We didn't see those people really reaching out to ensure that these guys are able to actually vote. Two, we are also having a problem where young people have limited their knowledge, so that people do not really know to what extent the politics affects them. The narrative of it doesn't affect me has gone so much into them that some people feel it's unnecessary to even go register. It's unnecessary to vote, and it's unfortunate that we have made people believe that their vote doesn't count. The aspect of people also believing their vote will not count also contributes to actually young people feeling like, okay, it's not very necessary for me to even go out there and vote, because they would ask you, even if I vote, will my vote really count? So the issue is there should be a lot of work also from the IEBC in terms of just trying to ensure, and of course they can use this election to try and change that narrative by trying to ensure we believe in the electoral processes. The trust in the electoral process has continued to wither down the years. That is a problem. That is what is affecting turnout. It is also affecting the motivation of young people to even actually come out and be part and parcel of the process. But be that as it may, we must also applaud those who have actually come out, because we have quite a number that even came out to even not just participate as voting, but we have those who came out to even be voted for. And in this election, significantly, we had a high number of young people who came out and they presented themselves to the people to actually say, here I am, and I can be able to take responsibility, and I can offer alternative leadership. I have a manifesto. I think I can be in this race. So many of them actually came out, and that actually must be applauded. Of course, not all of them made it to the ballot at the end of the day. But the reality that we are having young people today who think that they can actually lead is good enough.
Well said. And even just as you talk about, the young people that presented themselves as aspirants, of course, not many of them made it as candidates, and equally not many of them have made it to, the various elective seats. But we can take a case in point of Paul Mwirigi, who has been re-elected as the Igembe South Member of Parliament again. This is actually his second term. And earlier on when Tom was talking, to our very able guest there, they're also giving examples of our history, the likes of Kina Musalia Mudavadi when they came to, Parliament, the likes of Kina Tomboyas at that time. And we're seeing him, at least right now, he should be like around 28 years old. When you just look at, this young people putting themselves out there and, getting to this position. In fact, I should say he should be the youngest parliamentarian, so to speak. What does this mean for the young Turks?
I think first of all, it's a congratulations to Paul for actually winning that seat. Most of the time when some of these wins happen in the political circle, rarely does it happen twice. So Paul is actually quite a case study. Most of these stories where it's an extreme case of somebody who came from nowhere and won election, it just happens once. Like previously, again, there was the same case in Meru of, I lose his name, the former parliamentarian again who tried to now maybe get in for governor seat. So Paul is actually a classical example, and having made it to parliament a second time also proves about the capabilities of the young people, that it's possible that young people can be entrusted. Because in some places, the only reason why we are not having young people in these offices is because there is also a disbelief that you can really entrust the constituency, the county, the ward in the hands of a young person. But such case scenarios of young people who actually make it, like Babu Wino, who has also made it for a second term, overwhelmingly actually. And when you go to Embakasi East, you can be able to see that, yes, there is some work that he has actually been able to do. So some of these people actually are supposed to
The latest one being the Feather Road there.
Exactly. Some of these people are supposed to be the green light that young people actually have. That when you trust us, we can also be able to deliver. So maybe I would just add that the more the young people, like when you are given the responsibility as a young person, I always say, you should be able to know that you are working not just on that job you are given, but you are also representing millions of other young people. Because it is from your duty, it is from your service, that another person will be able to believe that, yes, we can actually elect this guy. Yes, this guy can also be entrusted with a parliamentary seat. Yes, this person can also be given this. So you represent so many people, including when you are given opportunity as CSs from the Zak Kinudhias and the Nadias who have been serving in the ministries as young people. It is important that they do a good job, because they do not just represent themselves, they represent millions of other young people.
Well said. And just remind our viewers, what you're seeing right there on your screens, those are just pictures, images of those particularly parliamentarians who have either retained their seats or, they have been declared as winners. But the seats of members of county assemblies as well as members of parliament are declared at the constituency tallying center. And this is after the Form 34 is presented from the various polling stations in that particular constituency and then presented there, whereby the arrow, declares the winner there. So those is just, that is just what you're seeing there. Either those that have retained their seats in various particular constituencies, or better still, those that have, been declared as the winner. So that's what you're seeing there. But coming back to you, advice. There's also quite a lot that has been proffered. When you look at the young people being vulnerable and them not being trusted, because that's the point you're making there, that also if you are elected, make sure you can be trusted because you represent the larger majority. Just going by what we had in 2019 census data released in 2020 February, we are looking at young people, being at 35.7 out of 47 million Kenyans. So clearly this is a big chunk and we represent a larger majority. But again, when you look at some of these issues being profiled, is that quite a number of them being said that they are vulnerable. We particularly look at, election seasons, and reasons have been coined into that, either unemployment or high cost of living. Where does this place young people in terms of vulnerability, particularly during election seasons?
It is actually true that the aspect of vulnerability is true in an election period. And sometimes when you are vulnerable, even your voice of reason goes down. Because yes, you want to really be on top of your head. You want to stand firm by your objectives. But again, you see, you have the day-to-day problems you are facing as a young person. So you're talking to a young person who has not eaten. Yeah? So how will this young person not pick handouts? It becomes tricky for a young person. So for us to also have independence of the thought and the mindset of the young people, there is need for them to have even independence in terms of, can they afford their own lives in the first place? Because politicians are taking advantage of the fact that these young people have these day-to-day challenges that they have no remedies of. Because you have not, this young person has not paid rent. If he has not paid rent and he is being offered this amount of money, 2,000 shillings, that may be equivalent of the rent or more of this young person, for him to just give you his ID card, he knows that it's not right for him to do that. But again, he also needs this money. So the cost of living affects the independency of thought of the young people. And that's why there is need to ensure that we have a government that can be able to really put the interest of these young people first, even if it's just, first of all, in terms of them being able to take care of their own lives first. Because once they can take care of their own lives, there will be a lot of independence of thought. But if they cannot, it continues to be a problem. When you go to campus, for instance, and it affects even campus elections. Nowadays, even campus elections have handouts. Yeah? And the handouts...
Voter bribery.
Voter bribery is even happening in campus. You cannot say those are people who are not schooled or anything. After all, they are actually in campus. So they are at the creme de la creme of the society. So if it is happening at the campus level, it is just because, yes, they are educated. Yes, these guys are learned. They are intelligent people. But the problem is, they cannot afford their livelihood. And just because of that, then their thought process is also distorted. Yeah.
So then, let me just pick your mind on this, because much as we look at that population, we are also talking about on 5.7 million out of the possible 13.7, just being termed as jobless or unemployed. So basically, what can happen, advice, what can we do to just bridge that gap? We have also clearly looked at the manifestos of, these leaders that we have, and there's again a clear way to try and bridge the issue that is unemployment. We had the Azimio faction talking about 6,000. We had one side talking about giving, loans and grants to SMEs and see how that can be grown moving forward. But what more can be done to bridge that gap? Because again, when you look at some of these promises being put forth, they have always been there. One would say there's barely nothing new.
I have always stood by the fact that government must be able to create jobs for young people. The issues of telling the young people that they can go out there and create jobs for themselves, that they should become entrepreneurs and those kind of things. Some of these things we are pushing young people to are talent-based. Just because there is no job does not mean every young person will become a skilled businessman. Just because you have applied for a job and you didn't get it does not mean suddenly you are going to have a successful business selling sweets around Nairobi. Everyone has a different talent, because it's not supposed to be anchored on joblessness. We have young people who have talent and skill to undertake business. What they need is an environment that is enabling for them to pursue that business. So business is not a substitute for joblessness. It is actually an industry on its own. So the first is that this country has always tried to tell young people that, no, you guys are supposed to be creative. And actually, young people who have gone to school are demonized for even going to school. That they have gone to school and they are not creative and they are not creating jobs. My question has always been, those people who are demonizing young people for not creating jobs are actually employed. They are serving in to receive a salary, but they're telling young people, go out there and you'll create a job. If you've been in government for over 20 years, at least you even have enough savings to begin a business. Why can't you go out and begin the business so that we give that job to a young person? I do not believe that young people must be criminalized into going out to create businesses. The government must know that it has a responsibility to create jobs for young people. You cannot be able to take to the university, graduate 7,000 teachers, and then tell us you can only employ 500 teachers, and the rest of the 6,500 should go and open academies. It doesn't work like that. Let us be able to be in control of our resources. So yes, there is a problem of joblessness in the country, and it's very unfortunate, because this is actually what is pushing the youth towards the cliff. That's why you see some aspects of now, even crime are going up. And when you have an educated population, and then you don't have jobs, even those that go on crime perform very well because they are actually educated. So they will not go breaking people's doors or anything. They'll use technology to even do that, and that will become even more disastrous to the country. So the aspect of joblessness is something that government coming in must be able to tackle from the beginning. It's actually an emergency for this country. But the one fact that we must run away from is telling young people that they should go out there and create jobs for themselves. What is the percentage of jobs that actually succeed world over? World over. You look at the percentage, not just in Kenya, world over, not more than 20% of businesses succeed every year. And only about 10% of businesses make it beyond 7 years. That is the reality of business. But we are criminalizing young people and telling them, go out there and start a business. In fact, and coming up with these motivational stories that I started something with 1,500 shillings. I started my kayak with just the first tire. Those stories, young people just need to be given jobs.
All right. I mean, it's interesting to just hear you say, all that advice. And Tom, I can clearly see Millie there just giggling over what advice is saying here in respect to telling young people to go out there and look for jobs, start businesses, just become entrepreneurs. Millie, What would you have to say in respect to just what advice is saying here?
Yeah, Mundalo has come. He's come out guns blazing. And, but there's a point he makes, and I agree with him. Although the question, and I would like us to now summarize. There's the question again of technology, the acreage, and the opportunities that exist, the jobs that can be made virtually. But let us now just summarize. And I know the reason we spent a lot of time on the youth is because we see a nexus between the voter apathy and that young population. But let me just read something and then you comment to it. And I don't know who wrote this. Bad officials are elected by good citizens who don't vote. Bad officials are elected by good citizens, including the youth who don't vote. So I just want, as you know, we summarize this point on the youth so that we can also tackle other issues. Perhaps I may start with you, Dr. Bad officials are elected by good citizens who say, you know what, I will not register to vote. I will not turn up at the polling station because I have my own issues.
I don't want to jump in the bandwagon that all of us do, classifying and demonizing those of us or those Kenyans who don't vote. People have different reasons why they may choose not to go to the booth.
That's true.
And cast their vote. I mean, when I was listening to the young guy, Mundalo,
Yeah.
I'm very inspired, and you can see some of the things that he raises. If we remain insensitive to some of those issues that he has so passionately shared, why should he and the people in the youth category want to, walk to a voting station and vote? It raises some fundamental questions that I think we need to interrogate. I am not persuaded that bad leaders go into power because good people have failed to vote. Because sometimes it's a question of what do you have out there to make a choice out of? And if there's none that really meets your expectations, as a man of integrity, what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to elect the least of the worst of the two?
The lesser evil.
Yeah, the lesser evil. Those are the fundamental questions.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I'm totally removed from this notion that if you don't vote, you have committed a serious crime. First, tell me who am I voting and why? Does that manifesto speak to me and my expectations as a citizen? That's where we should start.
Okay. And there's also, and I like the way you have brought it out, there's also the issue of, yes, there's no shortage of people who can make extremely good leaders in this country, in the best sense of the word. But then again, if you go to the social media, you get a sense that there are people who are shy of presenting themselves to these positions. But they're brilliant keyboard warriors, and they're making a lot of noise on the social platform, but nobody is presenting himself for a position of leadership. So what do we end up with? A certain cluster, okay? People who are popular, precisely, all right? People who are trending, and so on and so forth. So, I don't know. The same question to you. Bad officials are elected by good citizens, including the youth who don't vote.
Very true. And I think that one of the things that we've heard said by the youth over and over again is, and before I go to that, we were brought up to be very, very polite and to be people who do not anticipate that people will acknowledge us. But we are very appreciative when people do acknowledge us. Now, we have brought up our children to expect you to recognize them. They are very, very aware of their space.
Oh, so the validation.
Yes, they are very aware of their space, and everything they do. Yeah. We say these entitled young people. Everything they do, they must see why it would benefit them, and that's the question that they normally ask. And we even had it being asked today, that why would I vote how will it benefit me? So we have brought up these people who are very entitled, and we are not showing them the importance or the relationship of their existence and their growth with the leadership that we have. Because what we have in Kenya in particular, not outside even these borders, not even if you go to Tanzania or Uganda, but in Kenya, the leadership we have is a job. So when you're enticing somebody to get into a job, it must be a job that they can fit into, you know? Not everybody wants to be a doctor. I remember a young man I talked to once, and we all thought he was brilliant and that he should be a doctor. And he said, you want me to sit in a room, in a small room with somebody, and then they start telling me their child's nose is running? That's what you want me to do, you know? They thought it was not something that excited them. It's a calling, you know? So if you want to get people into the job that we have made leadership to be, because it's all about how much money they'll earn, what the perks are, what you get out of leadership. It's not about how you're going to transform lives, how you're going to put policies in place, how you're going to put things that will outlive you, how your name will be stated for generations. Why is it that today, when you go across the country and you say the name Agwins Kodek, everybody will want to know who is Agwins, and there's a story behind it. Why is it that when you say the name Tomboya or JM Karaoke, that somebody is going to ask you, who are these? Harituku. Why is it that people will have, you know, those were leaders. But now what we have is a job. So you can't get everybody. We can't all be teachers. We can't all be nurses. Yeah, because you must excite somebody into getting into that job for them to do it.
For them to do it.
And especially these entitled young people who feel, if it's not for me, it's not for me.
It's not for me.
Yeah, let me get what is for me, because I know there is something out there for me. Okay. I am not you, and I have my space.
And I have my space.
Yes.
Let me bring in Wakili. She has mentioned some names. Okay?
Yes.
And if you go into the profile of those names that she has mentioned, JM Karaoke, Harithuku, and so on, Gama Pinto, and it was a sizable number, you find that they started politics at
A very young age.
a very young age. So how do you get them to internalize bad officials are elected by good citizens who don't vote, so that they realize that, you know what, we got to be at the table. Yeah, we have to be part of policy formulation. We have to be part of, you know, to brighten our future.
Yes.
You know, so that as a result of that, we start seeing a spike in, or we start seeing a reduction in voter apathy.
I think for me, Tom, I think there's a big disconnect. We were in a very conservative constitution for the longest time. While we were trying to champion the change in this particular country, we ended up enacting a constitution which has ideas which we are struggling and grappling with. In the process of trying to stabilize around these things, we forgot about our youth. And now we are realizing, these fellas are here. These fellas are here. Now
They have beards.
Yes, they have beards. They're supposed to be voting, and or actually they have voters cards, but we don't know anything else to communicate to them. It's like you went away, came back, your kid is old. He grew up with you not being there.
Okay, so what are...
Tom, just as we check your mic, let me bring advice on board. Still sticking a bit on that youth conversation, and we'll finish up on it, because I mean there's also a raft of issues that we need to discuss even as we await results and all of that. But let's quickly just run through what even we had in the manifestos. All the 4 presidential candidates unveiled their manifestos. In fact, it's a faction that is clearly known for just targeting young people and looking at the issues that, you know, they face. Do you feel, or do you think that manifestos and what leaders had in store, you know, just for the country and also ideally for young people, was a key player in respect to the voter turnout? And, you know, ideally we'll coin a lot of our conversation in respect to the voter turnout, because that's where we are.
Yeah.
I mean, the numbers have gone low. When you look at 2013, 17, and where we are now, significantly low. So what is your mind on that?
I think one good thing about the manifesto, at least for this election, there was a big conversation around manifestos.
And issues?
And issues per se, because that is in comparison with the other elections.
Okay.
Most of our elections have been about tribe and personality. I think for the very first time, there was quite a conversation that was very intentional about what are you offering, and it actually made even the different coalitions have quite a serious.
Yeah, just keep on.
The different coalitions have had quite a significant focus on the manifestos, because there was a demand by everybody in the country that what are you offering? That has been extremely different from the rest of the elections that we've had. So that was a positive.
Okay.
But now, in terms of how it actually affected the voting pattern, is a bit wanting, because again, you look at one side of the politics, and the Hustler Nation really spoke to young people and made them target. But there was no specificity in terms of what were they actually offering. It was just about lumping them and saying, you are our target, and that's all. Yeah. When you look at the Azimio coalition, there is significantly the promises for the youth, a youth ministry, a youth council. There would be a better environment for them to do business, free education, which was quite a target for the young people. But I feel they did not necessarily go out there to vote specifically for these items. The manifestos were good. People wanted to talk about them. People wanted to know what you are actually offering them. But most of it was not actually changing their mind. It was just about, we want to know what it is so that we can reaffirm that we are in the right coalition, or so that we can reaffirm that we are supporting the right candidate. It did not have a lot of tilt in terms of really the numbers and how they actually get out to vote. But again, most of these promises have been promised to the youth. The implementation is what matters most. Yeah. One of the biggest problems we have is because the youth is treated as a minority, yet we are the majority. Until the youth come out and crack their space, we shall continue being the minority. Actually, it's always said women, youth, and people with disabilities.
Yeah.
Yeah? It is women, youth, and people, like, those are actually the minority. Those are the people who need a lot of help. The youth should be able to understand that they should not be in that category. Because if you form the majority of the country, then you cannot be segmented as a minority.
Okay.
Today, this country, even the aspect of the youth matters are dealt by a department in government. It's a department somewhere in government. You wouldn't know who is in charge of it and something like that. But the chunk of the problem is because we have not been able to claim our space as young people. One, by being competent enough as well. Yes, we have not been given a lot of opportunity as well. But the little that we get, we should be able to really go. One of the panelists referred to the youth as an entitled generation. Yeah? And that is actually what sometimes we have actually presented ourselves to be. And you can see how the perception out there is that the youth are this chunk of human beings who are entitled people, who think that they deserve slightly more than what they should get, which is a very wrong thing for us to be selling out there. So as young people, we must first of all sell ourselves competently to our elders, so that they would have a different description.
I hear you. I hear you.
Because you see, you can imagine if you walked into, the first thing you're walking into the office of someone, and once they look at you, you are an entitled person. So
just by the virtue that you're a young person.
By the virtue that you're a young person. And not because the person judging you is wrong, but because most of us, people, when we are given the opportunity, we have actually expressed that. So we must do a lot of work to redo our PR mechanism so that we are judged right first. So that when we walk somewhere, let us be judged by our competence, by our education, and so forth. Because again, one of our biggest problems, we go to school, and some of us do not want a growth trajectory. We get out of the university the other day, but 2 years later, we want to be able to build a house, buy a car, and have all, like, we want to be so microwave. Yeah? When we were told we should take care of some process, like this is where you start from. When you come to KBC, you start at being an intern. Then after you become an intern, you will be a reporter someday, you will become an anchor someday. Most of the youth want to come from the university, you walk into KBC, and you want to be on set, anchoring news the following day. So that is also what actually makes us be called an entitled generation. So these are some of the problems that we must be able to correct. We can be judged right so that we move in the right direction.
Okay, I hear you. And Tom, just come to you, and I'll give again Millie a chance to rebuttal because I can clearly see her smile just to what advice is saying here. But you've mentioned something very important, and I just want to again pick your mind that one, talking about voting on issue lines as versus tribal lines. In your perspective, do you think we can ever move past that line whereby we just totally move from voting on tribal lines, sub-tribes, and move to issues? Why I ask that is because when you look particularly at the Mount Kenya voter basket, we were saying that this is the largest voter basket. But when you compare that to the voter turnout, there's been a bit of disconnect. And a lot has been said of the fact that when you look at the 202 elections, we had Mwai Kibaki, the former president, with Uhuru Kenyatta vying on that seat. Coming to 2007, equally had Mwai Kibaki on the same, vying for that particular seat. Fast forward 2013, we had President Uhuru Kenyatta and the same on 2017. So there's been a lot of conversion with respect to the fact that when you look at this election, we don't have a main front runner from that area. And this is largely what has informed the slightly low voter turnout compared to the number of registered voters in that area. So can we ever move past just, this is my man from my tribe or from my sub-tribe, so this is why I'm voting, and move away from that and come to issues? Can that ever happen?
Yes, it will happen. It will happen, but that will also not be able to decipher the reality that when you have a presidential candidate from your area, definitely people will always come out slightly more. I think it is just a political reality, and it has nothing to do with maybe people not wanting issues or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because trust me, if you are vying, everyone in your family would wake up, even if they were sure you'll lose, they would wake up to just go and be able to support. So the Mount Kenya case is not an excluded case, because yes, they did not have a presidential candidate. It is only obvious that expectation was that their turnout would not be very high as compared to when they are actually going for one of their own. But again, in terms of voting in the issues, and why I say a time will come when this country will purely vote on issues, is because look at the current political setup. And I've said the difference between this election and the other election is that the conversation on issues has been at high stake. Everyone had to launch their manifesto. Everyone had to explain their manifesto, which was not a reality way before. You look at even the way the voting has actually occurred around the country, and there is a place in Baringo, which is in Rift Valley, where Raila Odinga was leading in that. And there is also a place in Migori where William Ruto was actually ahead. Meaning there is quite, we are not moving
and
as fast.
And it's in the same section of Bungoma
in
as
sections
well,
of
with
Bungoma.
BP.
So we might not be moving as fast as we wish we did, but there is actually motion. In this election, for the very first time, we're able to see governors launch manifestos, which was unlike before. So I tend to believe that a day is coming when MCAs are going to launch manifestos through big TV announcements, and they will be put to task by the people to really explain even their manifestos. Look at even the issue of the gender balance within this election. That issue has really been canvassed. Out of the 4 presidential candidates we have, only one does not have a woman as a running mate. You go to even the governors. Most of the governors in this election were able to actually look for women running mates, just because the gender conversation has really been there, and it has actually made politicians also move towards understand that this is the issue that actually people want. So I want to believe that there will be a time when this country, people will wake up and go to the ballot, not remembering their tribe, their second name, their affiliation, but basically on the principle of, I believe in this person because he represents what I stand for. So I think that day is coming.
Well said. And Tom, let me just also pick Gibson's mind on the same. Do you really think we can ever get to that point whereby it's not about tribe, not about where this person comes from, but it's basically the issues that they seek to address for the common Kenyan? Can we get there? Gibson?
Yeah, and in fact, Gibson, as you're responding to that, to that question of whether a time will come when we will have one tribe called Kenya, you were making a point.
Yes.
And as you're finishing it, perhaps you can also react to what Odala said.
Yes, I think I'd rather start by what she has asked, so that I don't lose the line of thought. Actually, for the youth, they are already there. For the youth, they are already there in a situation where if they are floating around things which they associate with, not about where you come from, not about what it is that you can tell us about your tribe. So that does not matter to them as much. What matters to them, are you resonating with this that we associate ourselves with? So that time is already, it's not like it's in the future. They have already leapfrogged there. The only people who are remaining by the minority who are the elderly. Yeah, so that is why I've been insisting that we need to get the messaging right to the youth. We need to know what it is that the youth can be able to associate themselves with so that we get there, not them to come to us. Now it's us to get there. We need to start thinking fast to transform to what it is that the youth are doing, because that's where the world is headed.
Okay.
You look at things like Internet of Things. Internet of Things is a very big thing.
Yeah.
World over now, people are actually talking about Internet of Things. Yeah. Right here in Kenya, we had started on introducing our kids to computers, which was really on the right set, because nowadays you give your kid a phone, you will actually realize he knows so much than you do. So that tells you when a kid who has not gone to school has a certain affiliation towards something. So that means our minds, the way we were brought up, is very different, and we need to actually be able to change. As Dr. was telling us here, that is from his kids. Actually, that is the mindset. We need to also understand them so that we know where it is that they are going, and then we move there with them. We move fast. For example, if we're talking about, I think what Mandela has also been explaining so much is, in so many words, or in some few words, you can just say IBC failed. IBC should have come up with a sensitization mechanism for the youth on Twitter, and then package it for the young people. Should have gone to Instagram, because that's where you find the youth. And then, of course, package it same way. Should have actually done the process, the sensitization process, not manually or physically, or should have been done in the manner they understand. You should have packaged it in a manner that somebody on Instagram could actually have and gone through the process successfully, because that's where they meet and that's where the key issues are discussed. We also have now things to do with the youth trying to, the kind of political discussions happening, they don't resonate with them, because you're talking about things which really, they are wondering, what are you talking about? Why are you repeating yourself over and over? And for them, they are very fast. They just post something on Instagram and it becomes a sensation. They enjoy the likes. They enjoy the gratification, the instant gratification which comes out of it. And that is what we need to capture, because that's where their minds are.
That's where their minds
If we don't move there, then, and we don't know how to actually communicate around that, on those circles, then we're actually going to find ourselves to be in the minority in terms of decision making. Our policies should be able to start moving towards that end and be able to associate with this very important sector of our economy, very important sector of our demographics.
So, I mean, just listening to Wakilia speak on technology, you get a sense that the way our politics is set up for the longest time along ethnic, the ethnic matrix. Listening to Wakili, you get a sense that then that setup perhaps has no future going into.
You can finish?
No, just go ahead.
I'm really excited by what Wakili is saying. Much I may not fully agree. It depends with what section of the Kenyan population you are making reference to. Even within Nairobi, which is cosmopolitan, and you'd want to assume that people are a lot more aware than everywhere else, you'll still see aspects of tribal affiliation in very young people. Now, if you go back to the countryside, where people are predominantly homogeneous, then you'll find that that problem is a lot more profound. So that somebody in Nyanza, the only leadership they know is a Luo-based leadership. Somebody in Ukambani, the only leadership they know is a Kamba-based leadership, and it is so deep-rooted. So do I see this changing anytime now? Soon? My answer is no. Is it going to change eventually? Yes, it will. In my own determination, I think I'll probably see it with my grandchildren. Probably not with my children, but with my grandchildren, I have some level of certainty that we will see that tilt. That's in another, say, 20 years or so.
20 years or so.
Yeah.
Millie, We have countries that are so advanced. They are teaching science in mother tongue. And mother tongue is culture. Case in point, perhaps, is China. How do you navigate around? It's not as easy as, the other panelists are putting it. It's a complex area because we are seeing examples of advanced nations that have retained their culture, their traditions, their language, their tribe, and they've used it to head towards their true north, and they've done it very well.
Very true. Culture is an important thing. Culture is about identity. And in fact, you find that now a lot of people have been making money teaching vernacular because you take children to school when they are 2 years, they begin speaking Kiswahili or English, so they don't learn the mother tongue, they don't learn any of the vernaculars because, again, there's a lot of intermarriage. So you'll find the mother and the father speak different languages, so they learn neither. And then when they get to Form 4, so many of them, after clearing Form 4, are going for classes to learn how to speak Luo, learn how to speak Kisi, It's very interesting because they suddenly discover that they want to be able to speak that vernacular. They find it very exciting that you can speak this language that only a few people can, because it's about identity. And it's about feeling that you belong. And there's nothing wrong with us being able to learn all those things, even in vernacular. That is why we say, even the Constitution, you must translate it into vernacular. Even any legislation that you pass, you must translate it into vernacular. So if you're going to learn technology, it doesn't say that Tanzanians are brilliant people, but they study all the way to university in Kiswahili.
In Kiswahili.
Yes.
That's true. Even the good book has been translated to mother tongue. So we are seeing some, on your screen you're seeing some winners there. Millie Odhiambo from Suba, Member of Parliament. Saga Saga. Is it Saga Saga or Gesa? Gesa. As she's fondly referred to. John Kabuchia. That is Mukurweni constituency. And by the way, we are seeing some big names also falling, isn't it?
Yeah.
We have seen some big names falling. And before you even comment on that, that's Paul Mwirigi, Igembe. Oh, he's retained.
He's retained.
Yeah. He's a gentleman who was given a vehicle, I think.
He's lost. This one is lost.
Yeah. Moses Kuria, he has actually conceded defeat. That's a big one. Moses Kuria's visibility index in this country is way up there.
The highest, I think.
All right? One of the highest, isn't it? Naomi Shaban is another one. Interesting that they're conceding defeat even before Wafula Chebukati.
So the process.
They trust the process.
Trust the process, no matter how slow.
No matter how. We should take that.
George Theory there. George has also conceded.
2 times serving.
Cliff Ombeta
Conceded.
And he's a tough guy.
Cliff Ombeta.
He actually said that his ideas and the ideas of the locals were not matching.
Oh, no, did he say that?
Yes.
Oh, ouch. Okay. Nixon Korir, another one. By the way, Nixon conceded. He was amongst. And if he concedes, then it means there's a. Well, we can't call a winner. If he concedes, the converse is there's somebody.
Then he knows the winner.
He knows the winner. We'll probably look for him.
Now that you say it would be very interesting that you concede, then Chebukati says you're the winner.
You're the winner. So it's an indictment on your talent system. And there, Kimunya
Conceded.
The majority.
Kimunya has also conceded Kimunya. So those are some of the big names that have come down, and and it's interesting that these people are conceding as we wait for Chebukati here. And I want to let's talk about earlier during a presser, Chebukati threw a salvo at the media. He said, "Hey guys, you're streaming your results very slowly. Very, 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 very slowly. What do you make of that, Dr.? Let me start with you. Because when we were offline, I pleaded with you to...
Let me tell you, Chebukati looks very good right now. He looks extremely good.
Oh my God!
The cost of the media.
Tell me why. I'll take the blues. It's okay. I'll take the blues.
You will remember
the first time it's not the bunch pack.
Yeah.
A week or two before yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the media put him under intense scrutiny.
Yeah.
Yeah. And at the time, he didn't inspire much confidence.
Yeah.
His body language really let him down.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you looked at him today or yesterday at the press conference,
Yeah.
he's very cocky about his business. I'm giving him a big tick. He's done a wonderful job.
Yeah. Really? You shot straight from the hip. But let me hear you first before I...
Yeah, I think that Chebukati is finally getting some of the things right. My concern is that Chebukati started off by getting some things right. If you remember, in 2013, one of the biggest discourse we had as a country was the register of voters. Is it the green? Is it black? Is it red?
Yeah.
That was a major discourse. When Chebukati came in, he made it so clear that there's only one register. And it was such a relief, particularly for those people who would go to court, that we now would only rely on one register. But then, when we had the by-election in Kibra, he again opened up the register thing by saying that only a portion of the register could be opened, or, he again confused the register discourse.
Yeah.
Now, he has opened up the servers that we've been crying for a long time. He's now telling us, get in there, the server is open, and access these things, and then let's talk. So it's a good thing. It's a major plus.
It's a major plus.
It's a major plus for him.
Yeah.
And I hope, because his term ends in a couple of months, I think by beginning in 6 or so months, his term will be ending. I hope he ends with that high.
On that high note.
He ends with that high.
Okay. Billy, you're a governance expert, but you're also a lawyer. So let me frame this question differently. Is there a media house that can win an award for being first to tabulate the wrong result?
I think it would be very reckless to do that. You see, the last time, and I said it, I think even yesterday when we were talking, I said the last time we did this was in 2007. And 2007 does not bring good memories in Kenya.
Certainly.
Because we were showing these results, then there were poses, and we've seen the memes going around now, people remembering what happened, the lights going off, the figures changing suddenly, and all this unclarity. So I think it is prudent to try and be as careful as possible, because there are different strategies that different media houses are applying to access those results. We know that those results are not, it's not like you're dealing with a constituency only, or something. That's one of the things.
Yeah. So let me. Here we understand we have a problem with your mic. Let me. I don't know whether I can bring in Wakili, if that's okay, my director. If I can bring in Wakili to just speak to the issue of, you see, in the newsroom there's a cardinal principle of, there's a huge responsibility that we have of not misinforming.
Yes.
So it's sometimes a question of balancing between speed, the first to break the news, and accuracy on the other side. So why would we want to rush? Because there's a lot of anxiety out there. Many Kenyans tumepigwa sana kwa social media.
You've been on the receiving end.
So why would we want to rush, and then end up apologizing later?
I'd rather you not do that. You just do that which you trust is the right thing. But out here, we have to say what is out here. The expectations of the people is we are living in a generation of instant gratification. The tempers are high, the emotions are high. You see numbers on the other side tilting towards some side. People expect to be doing the same or giving a different option, then it's not coming. Some of the expectations, so I expected things. So Kenyans are anxious.
They are very anxious.
Very anxious.
They want to know
Yes.
now
Yes.
that where's my candidate got. But
Exactly.
let me ask you. You remember the presidential debate, and I know that Terry will weigh in on that one.
Yes.
There was convergence.
Yes.
Okay, maybe that would have been an opportunity also to stretch it a bit.
Yeah.
Yes, I think,
And also have convergence on the I don't know, maybe the MCK said something.
That could have
in
been
that
the best
regard.
option, yes.
Yeah, but it would have been good if we had. But you see, so what that means then is that different media houses have different tallying centers and are at different polling stations at different times. So then it basically means that sometimes it's a bit like a marathon race. That the Kenyan goes ahead and then the Ethiopian goes ahead, the Kenyan falls back, but ultimately the Kenyan goes for the gold medal.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe I sound biased there, but
I think what my concept around that could have been, you see the way you guys did, you agreed between stations, which presenter from which station does the interview.
Yeah.
So the part of the tallying, you could have also come up with your own people, joint team to do the tallying. And then the reporting is reported by each station that this is what we have arrived at.
Okay.
So that now it's only Chebukati on the other side to give a different story, or you try to match the story of Chebukati and what it is that you have. So that it could have reduced confusion.
Okay.
Because now people are saying, if you want to see your candidate winning, switch to a certain station.
Yeah.
And if you want the other candidate to lose, go to the other station. And that is causing a lot of confusion, and it's bringing a lot of more confusion than what is expected.
Yeah, and yeah, of course, yeah. Right now we're in a situation where, you tune into this particular station and you see your candidate leading, and you
say
lock
this
there.
is the right one.
You lock there.
Yes.
But I'm told those are some of the dangers. When you see something that's so aligned, you need to run out of there.
Exactly, and that's the fear. I think it would have been a brilliant idea, as Daktari had floated earlier. If media did that, then you would have your own analysis style.
Convergence.
Because there are different media houses that would want to focus on different aspects
Exactly.
of what those results represent.
That's true.
But the results would be the same, you know? The reading of it beyond that would be different depending on what you want to focus on. But this is very tense, and for me it's very frustrating that today you see the city was dead. And I really hope we can get to a place where Kenyans vote and go back to work like they didn't vote.
Like they didn't.
You know, life goes on immediately. The economy is moving on. We are so broke that it is unfortunate that we can afford to have 3 or 4 days when the economy is churning out very little, because most shops were not open. The cars on the roads were very few, you know, very few things were going on. And that's an unfortunate place to be, simply because we are waiting for results.
But let me bring in Daktari. And at the risk of sounding very simplistic, 7 plus 2, 9. 10 minus 1,
9.
11 minus 2.
9.
So we all get to 9.
We'll get to
so
7.
Ultimately, the only person who is allowed to declare the results, the winners, is Chebukati.
Correct.
Isn't it possible that when Chebukati will be releasing and declaring winners, all the media houses would have sorted themselves out?
Most likely, yes. But also in this situation where Chebukati announces the final results, say on Friday or Saturday, but given the run rate or the burn rate of the media data capture and whatever, they'll probably be finishing their bit of their project sometimes mid-September. But the official announcement will have come out. I mean, yeah, because we are just looking at the trends. I think there's a lot of manual work involved in this process. And I don't think most of the media houses had enough capacity to deal with it in the most efficient way. And that is why, to your earlier question about the need for speed, because you talked about speed, speed is critical at a time like this. If media houses are going to report this, it has to be done in a speedy way and in the most accurate fashion. Very basic principle of operations. Either you have the process that works and works efficiently, or you don't touch it.
I think there's also the aspect of there seems to be a disconnect between the IBC and the media. I think IBC, Chebukati just threw to the media, you figure it out. There ought to have been a joint kind of training that this is what we have, this is what we will be expecting you guys to be reporting, so that at least media houses know what it is that they're getting themselves into. I think for me, I have a feeling that this was just it's like a dog which was passing and wasn't sure there is food, and a bone is thrown at it and it doesn't know how to go about it. Just starts fighting from whichever side.
But the media house should have taken the lead in that conversation.
They should have.
In that conversation.
In that conversation.
Lily, do you get a sense, I mean, just picking up from what Wakili is saying, being thrown under the bus, and yet that's not your core. The Constitution is clear that that's IEBC's core. Our core is slightly different, you know. So we may not have the nuts, the bolts, the what, like IEBC, and the budgets.
Really?
The budgets.
Especially
the budgets.
The core of the media is information. Yes.
Yeah, and running the election is
information.
Is IEBC.
So how to relay, and it is not like it is new. We did it in 2007. So it is not that it is new, but I think that the problem.
But in 2007 it didn't work, really. You remember? Even Mali said he didn't know who won.
We had to stop at one point because of some other things going on. But the media, what I'm saying is the media was doing it. So based on lessons learned then, and the reason why for 2 elections after that, the media has not run that as part of the general elections thing, should have encouraged them, the media, to have more discourse and planning around how best this would have been done, what are the lessons learned from what we did, and what would we be able to, how much capacity do we have, how much can we, if we pulled together, how much more benefit would it be, and then what would we look at? Because, of course, at the end of the day, everybody is very proud of their own identity. How do we keep our own identity even as we do this?
Even as we do this. But you make a very good point. But let me bring Daktari in without necessarily putting you on the spot. In terms of budgets, Kapesa, productions, that's a serious production. That is a serious, I mean, look at it this way. Even just having a local production like the ones we have here, the one for the court. Those are high budget productions.
I do agree.
Okay.
I do agree.
Now the election.
If the media was to undertake an operation such as that, to efficiently do the tallying and everything, I would imagine you putting up another branch or department specifically just running that particular process. And I don't see you hiring any less than 200 to 300 people in charge of data entry, confirming that they are reconciled, taking them to the next level, to verify and validate before you can do it, before you can stream it.
Okay.
That's a huge, huge budget.
All right, so as we wind down and come to the end of this segment, I just wanted to get your thoughts on the Kakamega, I think, and Mombasa gubernatorial elections were suspended. There are new dates that have been given. So I've been reflecting deeply and wondering, Chebukati announces who wins the election. And then he goes to those 2 areas, Kakamega, and runs a repeat election. But there is already a winner. How will that affect those repeat elections? The fact that we will have a winner announced, all right? And you know the psyche of the voter. So who do I align with? They tend to gravitate to, the strong bull, in a manner of speech. So do you think, and let me start with you, Wakili.
I think
do you think it will affect?
It will
disadvantage,
It will affect the turnout. It will affect the morale of the voter. It will affect everything, because going again back to an election after doing an election, that thought itself is already disgruntling, because you want to do one thing and forget about it. But then when you are engaged in another process, not because of your mistake, then you wonder what is going on. But look at the bright side. It could be you've planned to go to Mombasa, Tom, and then your vehicle gets a puncture. You were planning to get in Mombasa exactly by 8 in the morning or 6 in the morning, then you have to think of getting there at around 12. So that is, I think, the same thing. That is the kind of position these people should be able to put themselves in, because whichever way they will arrive, and they are choosing their leader.
Yeah.
They're choosing their leader, and that is how they should be able to look at it. But of course, it's unsettling, it's disadvantaging, it has everything wrong about it, but that is where we find ourselves in. They should be comfortable with it.
I'll come back to you for your closing remarks. As you make your closing remarks, your reaction to that question.
It will definitely affect whether the impact is going to be positive or negative. A number of factors will influence that. I say this because depending on how the new government that comes in, how it begins, it may impact the feelings of the people on the ground as to whether they want to make a statement that early or not. So that could influence it. You also cannot underplay the fact that every by-election, and this will be almost like a by-election because it's a postponed election after the general election, the turnout is normally lower, because remember that it is unlikely that people will have a public holiday on that day just to go out and vote. So there may be very many people who maybe are registered to vote in that region, in either Kakamega or in Mombasa, but work elsewhere, and they're not getting leave or they're not getting time off to be able to go. So many factors will influence it. But also the fact that since there won't be a general election, it will be possible to pull in all the resources, all the chamas, you know. You've seen, for example, the role Atuoli has been playing in the Azimio campaign. He stands up and the crowd goes crazy because they know what to hear from him. And the insults that he starts with makes people very, very excited.
Allah?
You know? And then Shenzi, everything is Shenzi style, you know? Yeah. And you may have an opportunity to pull in fellow colleagues who may otherwise not have been able to participate in your election. So a lot of factors would come into play. You can't call it either one way or the other. There may be opportunity for if, for example, it's UDA or it's Azimio, to put in all their resources to ensure that they get those two on their side. It may give them that opportunity.
Okay, and she brings out the fact that the climate, the voting climate will be different. What do you see, Dr. as the dynamics?
Yeah, that's a variable. The voting climate may be different, but you cannot say with certainty that that change would affect by way of favoring or not favoring a certain formation. You cannot argue that with certainty. I'll just then be left to think, if you've done your homework and you've done your homework well, it does not matter when you do your exams. You should still be able to pass yourself. It reminds me of, when you watch football, and I like using football analogies a lot. So this strike is just about to score, and then he's fouled by the defender, and then we all cry, oh, if he wasn't fouled, that would have gone in. But I've also argued that there's no certainty in that.
It's part of the
maybe
game.
Maguire would have stopped him and kicked the ball in front, and the opposition would have scored on the other side. So these are the what do you call it? These are the uncertainties on some of the things that we do. And so I wouldn't hold Chebukati too responsible or putting too much blame on him on this particular one. If you're prepared, you're prepared. If the elections is coming a week later, you should win just like you would have won a week earlier.
And the results will be coming as your parting shot.
Exactly.
What do you project? When should we know who the president-elect is, for example?
I suspect by Sunday. I don't see this running over to this week. I think that will be taking it a bit too far.
By Sunday?
Yeah, I think by Sunday.
Today is when?
Today is
Thursday. We are Thursday morning.
Thursday. Yeah.
Today is Thursday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
So 3 days. Yeah. How about you? As we conclude.
Saturday, so that they can get out of our schools. They want the kids back in school.
Wakili.
I still go also by Saturday because I will want the kids back in school.
Yeah.
And of course, again, about the point which we were talking about, just to finish on, is the aspect that this does not only happen to Chebukati and IBC. This happens all the way. You saw in the US, it happened the same thing. Georgia had to, especially the senatorial, had to be called later because of some other things which happened. So it happens even in very mature democracies. It's not only in Kenya. So it's something which I think we need to be willing to accommodate, because it's not something which cannot happen.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I think the election, broadly speaking, has gone fairly well.
It has.
Yes,
It has.
Peace,
Yes.
That one we have to give
That
a
is
thumbs
true.
up
The
to the
transparency,
Kenyans first.
That is true.
you know, there are our results, that's our portal, you can log in and look at the numbers, then let's compare notes.
Yes, and then people have to withdraw and say, "Now, I think this one, I'm finished. Let the let the opponent who has won or who is leading."
Yeah.
Actually, they're not saying who has won. The one who is leading, let him quit.
Let him go.
Even to a small level, to a limited level, the consultation with the aspirants beforehand, you know, they engage them quite a bit.
Exactly.
Yes.
The stakeholder engagement.
Yes.
And you get a sense that even the country, I mean, seeing people conceding before the official results tells us
It is
something.
weird.
It tells us something about
Yes.
the faith that they have in the process.
As lawyers, we are very unhappy.
Because of petitions.
It's not a good trend we are seeing. You have to
But
admit.
what I like is the fact that I didn't listen to what you said. I paid attention to what you're not saying, which is take your time but get it right.
Yes.
Yes. So it's kind of, what do you think? It kind of, you know.
Take your time, but
Kwa sababu
get it
tulichapwa
right.
sana. Social media.
And actually, that's why I'm here. I really just want to sort of
Oh my
bring an
goodness.
understanding to Kenyans
Yeah.
with what is happening.
Yeah.
IBC has opened, given a leeway for any Kenyan. That's why actually when you go to the portal, even that common Kenyan, you can go there and check the results by yourself.
Yes.
The tallying is open, and you see that's why they're saying, at the end of the day, when it comes to announcing, it is back to them. But this is the analogy.
Yeah.
See, when the results are coming in, you
Yeah.
know, the Form 34 is to be specific.
Yes.
It is a selective process. So take a case in point.
Yeah.
For instance, I have oranges, mangoes, and bananas.
Yes.
You know, we are Doreen, Tom, and Gibson, for example.
Yes.
Then we say, I will pick an orange first.
Yeah.
You pick a banana.
Yeah.
Then Gibson picks a mango.
Yeah.
Then again, the second round, I say, I'll pick a mango. Then you pick, you know, a banana. Then Gibson picks, say, a pineapple.
Yeah,
By the
exactly.
time we are done picking, all of us will be having mangoes,
Yeah.
pineapples, and oranges.
I like that.
By the time we're done,
New
we'll be having
combination.
mangoes,
I like that.
pineapples,
I like
and
that.
oranges.
I like that.
By the time we're done, I will say the two Achilles now declare who has more mangoes.
And by the way,
Analogy.
yeah, that's analogy.
Yeah,
I
so,
like it.
so I just want to tell Kenyans that do not really go to the socials and you're trying to wonder why are different media houses having different results. Don't start to think that perhaps there's a certain form of inclination.
Yeah.
It's all in the selective process. And again, remember,
Yeah.
even when you do that, there's also that bit of verification.
Exactly.
And this largely depends also, first of all, on speed and then personnel. We're talking about human resource. So which one can be able to marshal the numbers to ensure that this verification process is done very quickly. So again, also that's what informs, you know, why you're having Media X having this number of results, Media Y having this, Media Z having this. So there's a process to this. So don't be dismayed and wonder, okay, what is happening? Why don't they make sense? That is the whole idea.
By the way, when
There's
she
no
was talking,
black sheep in the media industry. All are right at the end of the day.
when she was talking about the banana, you reminded me of the referendum.
The banana.
That's a good place to leave. I want to thank you all for,
Thank
you know,
you.
this is national duty.
Yes.
Lily Wanga, governance expert. Dr. Julian Roa, conversational expert. And Gibson Gesore, political analyst. And the other guest has left?
Advice Mudalo.
Mudalo.
Yes.
Is a political and communication strategist.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you to my co-anchor here, Doreen Arangi.
Yeah, I can't say enough thanks.
We want to thank you so much. My goodness. How many hours? What's it? It's going to one now.
Exactly. Just 8 minutes the top of the hour.
Nobody's worth the while. Shiksha Arora, Daniel Wahome on standby to take over the next shift. On behalf of Kenya Decides.
Yeah.
I want to thank you. My name is Tom Moya. Good night from the capital city.
No.
Nairobi, Kenya.
I'm Doreen Arangi Okelo, and it's a good morning.
Good night.
1 a.m.
This morning.
1 a.m.
Bye-bye.
It's all in the comeback.
It's only the comeback. Oh, good. Bye-bye.
And greetings to you. My name is Daniel Wahome, and welcome to the continuing coverage on Kenya Decides right here on KBC Channel 1. Well, it is a night when a lot of anticipation is there. It's not just about the presidential results, but with tallying going on at constituency level, there are a lot of people who are waiting to know who the next member of the National Assembly will be, because 290% will be known over this weekend, over the next 2 days. Already, we have got no less than 16 confirmations of those who have been elected or re-elected to their seats in the National Assembly. And there are some changes. There are those who have been re-elected. And remember that we've got our team that is out there that is keeping tabs on the tallying at constituency level. Remember, Form 34A, just at about almost to close to 100% delivery rate, considering that Wajir and Eldas have actually started their elections just about 19 hours ago. But for the rest of the constituencies that matter and the polling stations that matter, most have been delivered. And also remember that after the constituency level, for the senator, the governor, and the woman county member of the National Assembly, all the tallying will be done at county level. And that's where the C series of forms, that is for 37, 38, and 39, will be announced. And in studio with me is Shiksha Arora.
Thank you very much, Wahome, for that. Now, remember, IEBC has received 99.58% to be precise. These are, the 34A forms that are reported at 46,037 of the expected 46,229. Remember, this is a series of collating an announcement of a result at the constituencies that is still underway as we wait for the remainder to actually be completed. So that's something that we'll be updating you about as we get information from our team on ground. And during a briefing earlier on today, IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati said that while the law provides that the commission announces the results of, the president elected in 7 days, the commission shall try and endeavor to conclude the exercise at the earliest time possible. Now, in case you're wondering what exactly the process is to be able to get the election results, is a transmission path that goes as follows. You go and cast your vote at a polling station, after which counting of votes and a filling of result forms happens. And then we've got the polling officer who will be taking and tallying and declaring the M&A and MCA. There is the compiling of the presidential, gubernatorial, senatorial, as well, after which the returning officer takes this information and this data to the National Tallying Center, and then there's the final tallying and declaration of presidential results from that particular polling station. Now, after the tallying and declaration of the M&A and MCA, which is also including the collation of presidential, gubernatorial, and senatorial results as well, the deputy returning officer goes to the county tallying center, and this is where there's the final compilation of the gubernatorial, senatorial, county women M&A results from the polling station. So this is the transmission path that has been released by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that's IEBC. Remember, if you would like to go and look at these results, and of course the reported forms 34A live as we speak to you right here, you can go on to forms.iebc.org.ke to be able to get more information. And also, as Wahome mentioned, we are also going to be giving you the elected members of parliament, and with regards to the numbers of how exactly they managed to get that seat and to win that seat and by how much. So stay right here because we'll be giving you all the latest information. Wahome?
Well, and talking about members of the National Assembly who have been elected, and this is for the 13th Parliament. Remember, let's start with Kabuchai MP, because this is where we've had Majimbo Kalasinga. He has been re-elected on a Ford Kenya ticket. Majimbo Kalasinga, he previously has served as member of MP for Kabuchai, and this was from March 2021, and this was following a by-election. And he also served in the Departmental Committee of Agriculture. And somebody else who's been elected is Professor Phyllis Bartor on a UDA ticket. She has been elected as the member of the National Assembly for Moiben on a United Democratic Alliance party ticket. Also elected is Richard Kipkoech on a United Democratic Alliance ticket for Bomet East. Tom Odege has been re-elected as the member of the National Assembly for Nyatike constituency. He has been elected on an Orange Democratic Movement party ticket. William Kasait Kamket of Kanu has been re-elected as TRT MP. Joshua Oron has been elected member for Kisumu Central, and this is on an Orange Democratic Movement party ticket. Paul Mwirigi has been elected under UDA, and this is for Igembe South. And this is one of the MPs who's shifted base. Initially, Paul Mwirigi had been elected as an independent party, and that means he's retained his seat, Igembe South. Previously, an independent candidate, now he has been voted in under the United Democratic Alliance. Joshua Kandie of UDA, he's retained his Baringo Central seat, and this is after switching parties from KANU to the United Democratic Alliance. John Kagusha is the new MP for Mukurene, and he comes in place of Anthony Githiaka Kiai. Anthony Githiaka Kiai had been elected on a Jubilee Party ticket, and John Kagusha was the Speaker of the Nyeri County Assembly, has been elected as the new MP. Junet Mohammed has retained his Suna East MP seat, and this is with the Orange Democratic Movement as the party. Joseph Cherorot, he's been elected, and this is in Kipkelion East. For Joseph Cherorot, the seat was previously held by Joseph Kirui Limo, who had been elected on a Jubilee Party ticket in 2017. And we've got Opio Wandai. He has been re-elected as Ugunja MP, and this is on an Orange Democratic Movement Party ticket. Who else is there? Let's talk about Caleb Mule. Caleb Mule, he's been elected as Machakos Town MP on a Maendeleo Chap ticket. And the other person who's been picked up a seat is Dr. James Nikal. He has retained his semi-parliamentary seat, and this is on an Orange Democratic Movement Party ticket. Samuel Latani of Alego Songa has been elected as member for Alego Songa, and we also have got Raphael Wanjala on an Orange Democratic Movement Party. He has taken that seat in Budalangi constituency in Busia County. Then let us move on to Tinderet constituency, where Julius Melly has been elected, and this is on a UDA ticket. Millie Odhiambo, elected a member of the National Assembly for Suba North, and she has retained that seat. Then we've got Musa Sirma. He had been elected member of parliament for the first time in 2003, and then for Musa Sirma, he's been elected again as member of the National Assembly for El Damaravin constituency. Susan Kemba has been elected member of the National Assembly for Makueni, and this is on a Wiper ticket. And Martin Wanyonyi has been elected the member of the National Assembly for Webuye East, and Stephen Mugaka of West Mugirango has also been elected. One name I have mentioned is George Kariuki of near Shiksha.
Thank you very much, Wahome. Of course, that is the update of the members of parliament who've been elected. Remember, this year there has been a very interesting turn of events when we speak about the incumbent members of parliament and how some of them have lost their seats and have been, and of course, some of them who have been re-elected as well. So yes, we'll definitely be taking you through that later on. We've got some results that have come in for Kathiani constituency, and that's from the Tallying Center. And these are presidential results with Raila Odinga at 30,000. 6,984. William Ruto with 6,624. Professor George Wajakoya with 300 votes. And Wahiga Mwaure with 91 votes. Members of the National Assembly, we've got Robert Mbui at 30,635 votes. Moya Kitavi at 6,524 votes. Teddy Kyoko with 365 votes. And Kiseli Wambua with 165 votes. Now let's just cross over and take a look at what's happening in our respective counties. And of course, the tallying centers and how the counting is going as we speak. We've got a reporter on ground. His name is Dan Mwendwa. So we're going to be crossing over to him and just listening into what information he has gathered for us so far. Dan?
Thank you so much. Back in the studio. The day is finally here. The people of Machakos have decided. What have they decided? They have voted from the presidency to the member of county assembly. Looking at the presidency, Raila Odinga was leading with 50,114 votes. William Ruto following with 19,677 votes. Wahiga Mwaure scored 196 votes, with George Wajakoya with 540 votes. The most amazing thing is that the Machakos constituency have a new MP. Guess who is he? Caleb Mule, the former member of county assembly. Thank you so much and welcome, Bona Caleb. First, congratulations so much.
Asante.
So, a quick one. What do you think and you have for the Machakos county constituency?
First, I want to thank Machakos town constituency people for having trust in me, and I will serve them. Secondly, I want to thank God for giving me this opportunity to serve Machakos town constituency. Thirdly, I want to thank my family for giving me support that was needed.
You are a member of county assembly. What motivated you to vie for the member of parliament?
I wanted to serve a big area. As a member of county assembly, I served Obotiki Makemwe, and I diligently served them, and I thought that I would do better with a large area. That is why I wanted to serve Machakos town constituency. I wanted to serve a big area. And what motivated me is being a member of county assembly. I did a lot. Roads and water and lighting, and with more resources from the national government, I would serve Machakos County better.
Again, let me ask you a question. You have been a member of the county assembly. How do you feel beating Honorable Victor Munyaka, a person who has served as a member of parliament for the last 15 years?
I thank God. It's God's favor, and it's all, I give it all to God. Yes.
What does the people of Machakos constituency expect from you?
People of Machakos expect me to work for them, and for sure, I'll work for God's people and people of Machakos generally. I'll work for God's people.
Thank you so much.
Asante.
That was the new Machakos member of parliament. We're also joined by one of the elected members of county assembly, who is Johanna Munyao, who is representing the Mutituni Ngelani ward. How does it feel retaining the seat for yet the second time?
I want to say that I'm happy to have been re-elected to serve for another 5 years. I want to appreciate the residents of Mutituni Ngelani ward for having confidence in me, and I want to assure them that I'm going to continue serving them, and I want to assure them again that I'm going to offer my services of oversight, representation, and also legislation as required by law, and assure them that they expect to get more development and servant leadership from me.
After stiff competition, do you think that you're the best bet for Mutituni Ngelani ward?
Yeah, I would like to, I want to say that there has always been several elected members before me, and I am the first person to have served for 2 terms. And this is enough evidence that people of Mututunu Gelan ward have seen that I have been able to offer the best in terms of pushing for development to the area, and also in terms of engaging with the other stakeholders to ensure that our ward gets enough services.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is the hand, and we wait to see what the leaders have to offer for the people of Machakos Town constituency. Back to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Dan, for that update. Of course, we will continue having this conversation with him later on as well with regards to the numbers. But yes, you are hearing it from him. He is in Machakos getting us the figures from the tallying center as the results come in. Yes, indeed, we've got Caleb, who is the new member of parliament, and we've also got the declaration of the MCA. So we'll be taking you to other constituencies and, of course, other polling stations as soon as we have our reporters on ground. We've got our reporter in Kasarani, that's Jacqueline Masharia. We've also got Zainab, who's in Kamukunji. And yes, we'll be getting more information from them right here on KBC Channel 1. Wahome?
Right, yes, and the update on the delivery of Form 34As, and this is by to the IBC. The ones that have been received, always turns out that there is that one odd form that is missing. So going by the counties and where they have delivered them, and this is where they've been delivered 100%. Let's take a look at Bomet, 100%, Bungoma 100%, and in Baringo there is one Form 34A that hasn't been delivered, just one form. And the other one in the diaspora, this is where I would say it's a little bit interesting. 2 forms have not been delivered, and they are from 2 places. One of the forms at the moment, 2 from Qatar have not been delivered. 25 of 27 have been delivered. So then Elga Marakwet, 100% delivery. Embu, 100% delivery. In Garissa, 13 of the 559 forms have not been delivered. And also Homa Bay, Isiolo, all at 100%. Kajiado, 2 forms are yet to be delivered. Kakamega County, 3 forms are yet to be delivered. And we've got Kericho at 100%. Kiambu, 99.86%. 3 forms have not been delivered. Kilifi County, all have been delivered. Same to Kirinyaga, Kisii County. And in Kisumu County, 1 form is yet to be delivered. 1,169 of 1,170. And 100% delivery in Kitui County. In Kwale County, 3 are yet to be delivered of the 744 forms. Laikipia, 565, 1 yet to be delivered. In Lamu County, 4 are yet to be delivered of the 192. And let's talk about Machakos County. That's where Dan Wendwe is. 1 form is yet to be delivered. Then from Machakos, we move on to Makueni, 100% delivery. In Mandera, 15 forms are yet to be delivered of the 554. Marsabit, we've got 436 of 448. Meru County, 1,641 of 1,643, 2 yet to be delivered. In Migori County, 1 form is yet to be delivered. Mombasa is at 100%, Moranga 100%, and 1 form yet to be delivered in Nairobi. 1 Form 34A yet to be submitted. Let's talk about Nakuru County. 1 form yet to be delivered. In Nandi County, 1 yet to be delivered. In Narok County, 3 yet to be delivered, while there is 100% delivery in Nyamira, Nyandarua, Nyeri, Samburu, Siaya, Taita Taveta. In Tana River County, 8 of the 368 yet to be delivered. In the Rakanithi, 100% delivery. Trans-Nzoia County, 1 is yet to be delivered. In Turkana County, 8 of the 786 are yet to be delivered. Western Gishu is at 100% delivery, same as Vihiga County. In Wajir, 512 of the 610. And in Wajir County, we would understand because voting started less than 24 hours ago after the elders scenario. So that is understandable given that there is still about 98 forms yet to be delivered, especially from elders constituency. Well, in West Pokot, 2 of the 858 forms are yet to be delivered. So that is what we have got coming in from the delivery of the Form 34As, which specifically deal with the presidential election. And we would also like to mention 2 more members-elect of the National Assembly. We're talking about Martin Wanyonyi, Webuye East, and Stephen Mugaka, West Mugirango. So that means the number of the members of the National Assembly whose fate is known so far are 25. 24 from the constituencies and 1 from who is the Kericho woman member of the National Assembly, Beatrice Kemei, who was elected unopposed. Remember, that is one of those who was there. So already we know 25 of those 337 members of the National Assembly. So remember that there is 312 more whose names we are waiting for, and we've got our teams who are on the ground, and they will be giving us a full update as the results are announced by the constituency returning officers. So, Shiksha, an update more.
All right, thank you very much for that, Wahome. Now remember, as Wahome mentioned earlier on, the residents of Elders constituency were finally able to exercise the democratic rights to vote this morning after IEBC had postponed the elections. That was yesterday, citing insecurity in the area. Voting, however, was delayed from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. And this was, a very much anticipated area. That's, of course, in Wajir County. 3 candidates are in this race. Amongst them, we've got the current MP, Aidan Kainan, who is vying on a Jubilee ticket, and Ahmed Bore of ODM. So that was an update that is from Elders constituency. And remember, we are still looking at other irregularities and, of course, occurrences that we've seen in different areas as we continue to tally and look at the different polling stations. The vote counting at the Bonchari constituency tallying center was also temporarily halted this afternoon after 5 ballot boxes from South Mugirango constituency were discovered at the center. And of course, police swiftly secured the ballot boxes and tallying continued as per the norm. So these are a few things that, we've seen today, especially as day 2 of election, the period that we've been waiting for eagerly happens. And as we wait for the final results to be declared by IEBC, remember, these are questions that have popped up in many Kenyans' minds. Stuff like, irregularities, occurrences where there's insecurity in areas. We've also witnessed them in the past elections as well. But this year, there seems to be a reduction, of course, a decrease in the amount of insecurity and, of course, the amount of irregularities that we've witnessed personally. Now, I'd like to bring in Millie Luanga and Gibson Gisore, our analysts in studio. Welcome on board. I know it's been a long evening for the both of you, but here we are as we continue to break down, what's going on in the polling stations and the information that we are dissecting right here at KBC Channel 1. We'll start off with Millie Luanga. Millie, you have seen elections, of course, in the past 2 years as well, and we've continued to observe the differences and compare how the 2 elections have fared to this one. Do you think that this particular year we've seen less insecurity, we've seen less irregularities as compared to 2017 and 2013?
Yes, I think that we have seen an improvement. I'm not sure whether I would say less, but we've seen an improvement nevertheless. We've been able to see a lot more engagement. Not necessarily the one-on-one talks or the discussions, but a lot more constructive engagement in that IEBC has been involving the aspirants, the key stakeholders, has been engaging them and incorporating their concerns at every step of the way. And I think that that's a good thing, because the more they incorporate the concerns of the aspirants or the key stakeholders, the less likelihood there is of, at the time we are going to election, there's so much disgruntlement. Because you can never forget the fact that every aspirant comes with at least a minimum, I normally say, of 10 people who believe in them, you know, a minimum, who believe in them and will follow them, and there's that multiplier effect from these people. So if they're disgruntled and when they say something, we tend to believe that these people who are in public space know some things that we don't know. So if they say something, it's so likely that we may be able to start saying that, there's a problem. And that grows the distrust for it, and that just builds to insecurity.
Right.
Yes.
All right, and as we continue having this conversation on social media, especially today, I've noted that there's been MPs and there's been people who are actually vying this year who've come on to say that, the elections have been rigged. We've seen that in the case of Bahati as well. And, he mentioned that he believes that the election was rigged. Gibson, when people actually say that and go on to their social media to talk about it in the open, do you think that this could be an issue in terms of the anxiety that Kenyans and the supporters of these particular candidates are facing?
I think these people have a right to actually ventilate their issues out there.
Right.
Because social media is one of the avenues you can be able to demonstrate and be able to express your opinion. But then there is a sense in which you need to communicate this. So as a leader, I will expect that somebody should be able to package his message in a particular manner, that it should not be able to be sensationalizing.
Right.
For example, to agitate your supporters. If you know your supporters do get quickly, you shouldn't give them the bad, ventilate their issues out there.
Right.
Because social media is one of the avenues you can be able to demonstrate and be able to express your opinion. But then there is a sense in which you need to communicate this. So as a leader, I will expect that somebody should be able to package his message in a particular manner, that it should not be able to be sensationalizing.
Right.
For example, to agitate your supporters. If you know your supporters do get quickly, you shouldn't give them the batteries, or you shouldn't charge them so that they can be able to cause chaos. I would want to believe that each of the leaders, however annoyed you are, you exercise your right of expression in a manner that you don't make the problem worse. That is the best that you can be able to. Given that IBC also had done a good job and sensitized the leaders who are going to election, as Millie has said, that they even went ahead and signed a code of conduct that, you will have to stick to this, that we don't expect chaos. I think even the police were involved because there was a stakeholder engagement. So it's an wholesome process, and IBC has really come out and wanted to deliver an election as opposed to previously, where maybe I think some of the things were catching them unawares. The leaders are more aware. That's where you're seeing some irresponsible behaviors from them, which we couldn't expect in the previous election, and that should be very commendable.
There's an interesting point that you've actually mentioned there, because IEBC this year has done things very differently, things that we did not ever expect to happen, because back in the day, you don't have access to these results. You are just waiting, and the waiting game continues of days. All you're seeing is information, and sometimes a lot of misinformation is out there on social media, and you tend to believe what you see because you don't have the numbers. So this time, I feel like we as Kenyans were told, you know what, we're giving you this. Now what you do with these results and the forms is up to you. You can go on and actually tally the results yourself and find out for yourself what you think is going to happen and which direction the results are leaning in. Do you think that this has actually confused Kenyans even more? Because all the information is there at the end of the day, but we don't have the capacity, of course, to go out there and actually do the tallying. The only people who have that capacity, rightfully so, is IEBC. So do you think that this is actually a tactic just to keep people calm in a way, because they're like, we're being transparent with you, the information is out there for you to access, but if you don't want to access it, it's your fault.
Yes, don't blame us.
Don't blame us.
Yes, I think that is a very nice tactic, if at all it's a tactic or a strategy.
Right.
But I wouldn't think to that particular line is just a way of being transparent and open. There's a sense in which IBC has decided to actually play a different game as opposed to the election of 2017 annulment came with a lot of goodies for Kenyans, and that is why IBC
in a sense, has tried to comply. I won't say that they are fully complied, but has tried to comply. And some of the benefits which we are seeing right now is because of that particular decision. There's the Maina Kiai 1 and 2 give very, very interesting recommendations, which of course, as the chairman of IBC, you wouldn't want to jump into that swimming pool and be mixed with that mud of last time. So he's tried to clean house. He's tried to strategize. He has had enough time of 5 years to put things into perspective. And these are the results we are seeing. And I think I like it. Everybody likes it. We have never seen people concede previously in an election. People could be throwing fists right now saying Kimeibiwa. It's stolen from me and
And that's the biggest fear as a government right now.
People are saying the results are not out. Still somebody is saying, I think this thing, I've lost it fair and square. I think whoever is going to win, let him win. But me, I'm done.
We accept the results.
I've accepted the results. I think it's fair and square. Because the results are all there for everybody to
It's a beautiful thing when somebody's term of office is coming to an end.
Yes.
Because they want to live with an impact. It's obvious that Chebukati wants to live with a clean slate.
Yes.
He's a lawyer.
Yes.
And not just a young lawyer, he's a senior lawyer.
Decades of experience.
With the decades.
Yes.
Decades. I was going to say years, and I remembered what you're saying is more correct. Decades of experience. I think it must have iked him that an election under his chairmanship was nullified.
Right.
You know? So he must be wanting to live on a high. So he's really living on a... I'm wishing he could live next week, you know, immediately after, so that it would be good for him, because he's a good lawyer. He's a good lawyer, and you don't want his name tarnished and people saying things about him thereafter.
Yes.
Because one of the things within the legal circles that people will talk about all the time, but the election was nullified, you know? Somebody's head needs to roll. So he's doing some things that are really proper. I think, like you said, it was you who said it earlier, these servers. We've been talking about servers from 2013.
Yes.
Can we see the servers?
Yes.
What is in the servers? Now we have the servers. Now we have the servers. We are able to access them. And now the conversation has changed. Nobody wants to get into that server. Nobody's questioning what is the server. Now we are questioning other things.
We're questioning what is 34 and what is 34B. You know? Things have changed.
Just to add, Chebukati, in a sense, loves himself. Because he has a life to live after. He has a life to live after. You remember the story of the former IBC commissioners. Their life has not been that rosy. So he doesn't want to fall victim of the same. And then there's a sense that he said, you know, this decision, however way you look at it, I should use it to my advantage in that I shouldn't overwork myself. Let the results be declared from the ground. I just study. Not wait for these people and then start crunching the numbers all over again. Then kill myself over nothing. Well, the decisions are very clear. People can do their job. Whoever doesn't do their job, you have seen IBC officials being prosecuted already.
Yes.
That is a very positive thing. Initially, these guys could do just whatever it is they do, they throw it and then they leave.
It will take days sometimes.
It will take days, confusion. Then they say, you know, there is even the courts. If you are not happy, you go to the courts.
This time around,
that's some sense of recklessness.
Absolutely.
Now, there is some discipline. There is, I think, in Mombasa already somebody is in court for refusing to tally and
Actually, two people are in court.
And then there's that particular sense which is also very interesting, that IBC, the chairman, already sees mistakes or anticipates mistakes and corrects them beforehand. So these are very responsible IBC, and I think we need to have hope that all is going to be well.
Gibson, you mentioned about Minor K 1 and 2.
Yes.
It's an odd thing. We haven't seen Minor K this year around.
Exactly. I was actually telling somebody that mine has been missing this time round.
It's now in Facebook, isn't it?
No, he's moderating stuff on Facebook. You mentioned Minor K 1 and 2. It would be good to say, about why there was Minor K 1 and Minor K 2. And the impact it had on the 2017 election, because it changed the way we do our numbers. Just the background of that.
So in the 2017 election, if you could watch the debates in the Supreme Court, which most lawyers were trying to put across, is that what is the spirit of the Constitution in regards to elections? And then some very key aspects came up. This aspect was, how should the presidential elections be done? the constitution talks of it should be done in the constituencies.
Yes.
What does this exactly mean? That is where Maina Kiai now came in to bring a clear decision that what does it mean to talk of a presidential election being done in the constituencies and actually, so whatever it is that any
All right, let me just interrupt you because at the moment on our screens we are seeing the presentation of the certificate that is Form 35C. That is Form 35C, which is a certificate, actually Form 35D, which is presented to an elected, that's 35C, when you elected member of National Assembly, and that is Caleb Mule, who has been elected as a new member of the National Assembly for Machakos Town constituency. Is receiving his form at the moment, his certificate at the moment. Remember, Form 35 A is the one that is used at the polling station level. 35B is used at the constituency level, and that is 35C, the certificate to say you can now go present it to the clerk of the National Assembly, and you can wait for the swearing in as a member of the National Assembly. So there he is with the returning officer for Machakos Town constituency, and he just spoke to us in an interview with Dan Mendwa. So let us now continue with our conversation. Gibson, you can go back to that.
Yes. Now, what I was saying is that the Maina Kiai brought in the aspect of the decision of the court now decided that what does it mean that the presidential election should be done in the constituencies. What is simply said is that the declaration at the constituency level or at the polling station, because the constituency also is a tallying center for the polling stations, should be final. Whatever decision that comes out of it should actually be the one which Chebukati declares. The situation which we had before is one whereby you have been sent to Nyeri, for example. You've come with the results from constituency in Nyeri, let's say Mukurweini. Then you you come to the tallying center, you hear Chebukati declare different result. Well, you know which was the one which was declared there. You tell him, hey, excuse. What are you declaring? I thought we have a different result. He tells you, okay, you wait. We even don't know where you got your results from. We're the final people here. So whatever we call here should be final, which was wrong. So in between here, things could have changed hand. Things could have done even indication of what you got could be different from what you had, because there's that people declaring something else, but they hand over to the high authorities different. So there's that possibility which caused a lot of confusion. So let what has been declared be from the ground. That is why now the forms are actually generated. They remain with carbon copies. So whatever is at the constituency is actually whatever Chebukati has at the end of it. So it's only just to cross-check to confirm. Once everything is there and everything is signed and properly attested to, you should be able to actually be able to call it and say, this is the correct position.
And you know, we've come from a position or a background where our elections were so mystified, and all the time what we came to realize as a country was that we lost the election at the point of moving from stage A to stage B. So that, for example, when people came to vote, they would come, and it is at the point of setting up that you'd find in those boxes, somebody has already put in.
The black ones were famous for
strange things already being there. So we've been improving with every election as we go by. We said you have them transparent. It's so clear. Everyone can see if something has already been stuffed in. We have the tags that we tie together, you know. And then there was a point when we lost a lot of votes or a lot of elected leaders at the point of transporting the ballots from the polling station to the tallying center. So we said we now want to tally at the polling station. So you just convert it. It is a studio now, and then as soon as we finish with the studio, we convert it into something else. So you convert it into that tallying center. So Maina Kiai reinforced that, because you know, change doesn't come easy. So much as the law had anticipated that, we were very slow in embracing it. And as my colleague has been saying, it took the court stepping in and reminding us that this is what the law says, for us to remember that once that result has been declared, what change is going to happen as it moves from stage A to the next? It's just a matter of transmitting it to the next stage, but it's final. You've already declared, you've counted, and you've counted when everybody who should be there is there.
If we go to 2017, because I think the appeal was, the Court of Appeal decision was made on a Friday, with the elections being slotted for Tuesday the next week. Given that a lot of, we don't have that much litigation this time around, but how well are IBC responding to orders that are coming to them, given the harsh lessons that they learned from the Supreme Court decision that was announced on the 1st of September 2017?
Pretty good, I would think. Pretty good, I would think, because remember, like now the courts had been giving decisions or issuing their decisions pretty late in the day. The High Court delivered the decision that there would be no manual voting. And then I think, or there would be manual voting. It was that there would be manual voting. And then IBC said, very well, we'll prepare, we are going to print out. And they began to communicate the information to all their agents across the country. Then when the Court of Appeal came up with this other decision, that was clarified by the Court of Appeal very quickly, because the first information that went out to the media was erroneous. So they clarified and said, we've not said that there'll be no use of manual. We have said primarily it will be the Kings, and should it fail after attempts, then you should be able to use the printed version of the Kings. And of course, that is what the law states already. That is clearly what the law. The Court of Appeal did not make any law there. They just restated what the law says. But just defining it as Kenyans, it is the same way tomato. You want to read it this way or that way. And it becomes a conversation that will take forever.
All right. Millie Wanga speaking to us. And now let us listen in to the MP-elect for Machakos Town constituency, Caleb Mule.
Machakos Town constituency. Mubea nolwa kwanza kwa MP wenye. Na ndimuada kana nengo motokoma.
Well, he's speaking in a different language, and he just finished giving his speech, and at times they say the politics is local.
Yes. That is very true.
If I was to go to Gunjai now, I would have to say Erokaman.
Yes. That should be opening statement.
Well, that was Caleb Mule. He has been, elected as the member of the National Assembly for Machakos Town constituency, and of the 24 now, we are now at 26 members of the National Assembly for the geographic constituencies, because we've got 2 more who've been elected, Robert Boy in Kathiani constituency, Wiper Party ticket, and Fabian Chule, who's been elected for Kangundo on a Wiper Party ticket. So details are all coming through. So coming back to this, and from the kind of processes that the IBC has had so far, and what I would say is information that has been considered an IBC, where they admit, for example, that in one case they had the case of there was a case of the Kakamega and Mombasa, where the printer messed up with the photos, and that means 2 weeks from now is when they would be voting. The kind of declarations that they've made, what's going to be in the long haul about this process?
I think we will. It's unexpected. It's actually an IBC at this particular point, but then we also can't blame them. We can't blame them that much, because the things were being printed in Greece. They sent agents there, and then we were printing millions of things at the same time. So I think the proofreading, there's the aspect of proofreading. I think that's where the mistake happened, where maybe some people went to Greece. Greece is very beautiful. And that's a very nice, beaches. So guys might have cross-checked these things and then ruins sleeping and then they like, oh, we're leaving this place without checking. I think if the others have been okay, just print everything and then jump to go have fun in the streets just to cool off. And that's what I'm imagining. If I was there, I wouldn't have left without actually checking some of the places. But then we end up in this situation. And then, of course, they have been fighting these issues of courts to the very end. You know, Songo was in court to the very last minute. There was also the other preacher, what is his name, who got orders that he should
Ruben
be
Kigame,
actually in the presidential, and you know, that was very confusing for them. I would have expected that this litigation should have stopped at some point to give them ample time to prepare, because sometimes you can't flog the horse so much, even if you realize that it's actually going to win a race or not to win, you need to throw in the towel and actually be able to let it run its best. So I think IBC might have suffered because of that, and whatever has happened, the beauty is it's coming from IBC. You know, it could have been different if actually on the voting day people went and realized this. It could have been chaos. So they are very responsible this time. They've said, we've noticed there's a mistake. Kindly allow us to correct the mistake. We'll come back to you and you vote, so that you vote peacefully.
Right, you know, there's something that you've mentioned, Gibson, that has just caught my attention, because you said that this time round they've been very responsible in the way that they are relaying the results, and of course transparency is something that we are witnessing. You know, back in the day, as Kenyans were very anxious, they didn't have results, they didn't have access to these numbers and figures, they didn't know what to expect. You know, expectations were all over the place, and because of that we would see that Kenyans would not return to normalcy. It would take a long time before someone is actually willing to go back to work. Today, you know, our team was out there just doing spot checks, and we witnessed that Kenyans have actually just gone back to work, and life is getting back to usual, and it's just been day 2. So do you think that this also has something to do with the way IEBC has been really just handling the election this year?
Yes, that is a very huge boost to Kenyans believing that this process is foolproof. At any point, somebody will start raising any question and say, you know, I think this thing is not going right. You will see people, especially in the stronghold areas, you will see people, you will see some movement.
Yes.
And that is what IBC does it to. And that's why it's taking time to check things and actually ensure that every process, every query is actually answered to immediately. That is really a big plus for them. If they tell you, like today they have said, now we're not going to give any update till tomorrow morning, but keep crunching the numbers. Because you have an assignment. Keep crunching the numbers, be on your calculators. If you have any doubt, let's meet in the morning, we talk. You know, that's very important and assuring for Kenyans that, you know, even this guy looks very confident of what he's saying, and we shouldn't trouble him, let him do his job.
We shouldn't trouble him, I like that.
And the interesting thing is that they're only looking confident now.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, they were not.
Yes.
2 weeks
all over
ago,
the place.
2 weeks ago, Kenyans were up in arms. The leading presidential candidates were complaining. There was that lack of certainty. But the fact that IBC listened, even at that stage, listened, despite the fact that many Kenyans thought that they were not going to be able to hack it. At one point, I remember the big question was, is IBC really ready to conduct this election?
That was actually the biggest question, I think 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And they were being accused of incompetence.
Incompetence, and people had all sorts of names to call them. But they listened and they gave us room to be able to ventilate, and they did not try to answer everything that they could not, but they tried to answer what they could. And then now they allowed us to see what they're able to do. And to participate in what they're able to do. So I think that has been able to bring back some kind of confidence, because had they completely shut out Kenyans at the time when we were so unsure of them, then I think even now it would have not taken that quick step to be able to gain the confidence of Kenyans.
Do you know, he mentioned something earlier on in the press briefing this morning, and he said something which I think I was very curious to know the reaction to that. So he mentioned that, the media figures, the projections that we are doing as media, the tallying we're doing, is much slower than the numbers that they have as IEBC. And back in the day, I remember it used to be the opposite, because the media was always playing the blame game, and it was always as if IEBC is the one to blame should anything go wrong. And now it's almost as if he's telling you, I told you the work is not easy. I'm actually way ahead of you in the game. I've been there for years. And now I've done this before. I have experience, and now you know what it feels like. So I think this mentality is also something that's giving a lot of people the confidence in him, because he's actually being very transparent, as I said earlier on, and just in the way that he's addressing the media and citizens of Kenya. I just feel like it's very different this time around. What do you think changed?
I think the fact that, for me,
it's his last term.
But I think the fact that the court, the highest court in the land, annulled an election.
Yes.
It's been an issue of discourse across the continent and even across the globe. It is something that many people, I remember that immediately the former CJ Maraga retired. I attended many different forums where he was being invited internationally as a guest to come and speak about the Supreme Court decision that annulled the elections in Kenya. It was a big issue that lawyers were discussing, and that was the time everything was online because of COVID. So you could attend almost 3 different CJ Maraga is in all of them because people want to hear it. So I think it's a bad mark to have on your legacy as the chair of an institution. So I think it was very important for them, and particularly the 3 commissioners who were there from 2017, to try and show that they were able to deliver.
Right, interesting. And what about you, Gibson? What are your thoughts on this? Do you think that this is something that he's been met with a lot of criticism in the past, and not just here in Kenya, but internationally as well, as as Millie has mentioned? Do you think that could be the case, and do you think there could be other factors as well that led to this sudden change?
I think just to add to what Millie has said is the fact that Chebukati has is seasoned now with the IBC, and he has been able to sit down, look back, and count. So and so did this. This election went this way. This is what happened in 2007. This is what happened in 2012. This is what happened in 2017. Now, have this sort of literature to deal with, have this sort of framework to deal with, have this sort of stakeholders to engage, and he just been 3.
Yes.
He has taken these other members all in, and they are all in sync. They are all in sync, and they are speaking in the same language.
Right.
So that is also very important. The 2017 election, I think I could see some disconnect between the Secretariat and the Chebukati side. And of course, and then it was still new.
Yes.
So that aspect in itself could have led to some mistakes which happened. And at the end of the day, he realized the buck stops with me. I'm the father figure, and he's decided to play that right. Like, these are all my kids. I need to accommodate them. Even if they are annoyed, one is angry, one is jumping up, I need to get the right medicine for them so that they all, at the end of the day, everybody is like, after all, you're our father, you've taken care of our needs, we're good. So I think that's what he's trying to do, and we really pray that all goes well for him this time.
And if I may, right there lies a very important factor.
Yes.
The Kriegler report, after the 2007 fiasco that we had as a nation, the Kriegler report suggested or stated that it was important that we do not have commissioners and laws being amended or coming into effect very close to the general election.
Yes.
Now, I think using Chebukati as an example is a clear indicator as to why Kriegler thought this was an important statement to make. Because look at Chebukati of 2017. He had come in barely a couple of months before the general elections, and look at Chebukati now, after having been there for 5 years and done a number of by-elections.
And he had done, and he just came in around when the Elections Act had been amended in 2016.
Yes.
Just barely months
months too.
To the election.
Yes. And now he has done a number of by-elections. He has done a general election. He has done a repeat presidential election.
A couple of cases. A couple of cases.
He has got experience.
Yeah. Do you know, Millie, of course, this is, I feel like, something that has been brought up over and over again. We talk about the cost of this election, right? It is one of the region's costliest polls. Parliament, approved a 40.9 billion shilling budget for the IEBC. We have international observers coming in from the African Union, the European Union, the Commonwealth as well, are some of those that have sent their observers to just come and make sure that, things are going smoothly and as planned. Do you think that could also be a reason as to why, things have been very swift this time around, because of how many eyes are on Kenya this time around?
Yes, but we've had observers every election. We have the AU, we have the East African Community observers, we have the local observers. We've always had observers, and we have them delivering reports before, because they do the pre-election analysis report, and then they do the post-election report. So we've always had observers, and I think that that pressure, though real, of course it is real, knowing that there are these people coming and he has meetings with them. And if you look at the IEBC website, every time this group of observers have called in on IEBC, they have had them pictures lifted up on the website, and they've reported to the world that these people visited us and they wanted to see how prepared we are. So they know that lots of people are watching.
Yes.
But I think that other than that, it is also important for them, and I think they have realized that the stability of the nation depends on them.
We cannot afford a rerun.
Every time we go to a general election, we can't be walking on tenterhooks.
Oh, yes.
And it's a simple democratic thing, But we are walking on tenterhooks. We are unsure. For 6 months before that, everything almost comes to a halt.
Standstill.
That let us wait and see how the elections will go. So I bet that being on the hot seat, it takes a toll on you. You begin to realize that maybe you can change something. And I am hoping against hope, because I think I'm a pretty pessimistic person, that Chebukati will do this for us. Let him open up election process to that extent, so that next time we're going to be having the conversation, Kenyans are going to say, but if the server can be opened, why should we spend so much money going to print this or to do this there? Why can't we do it here? He may just make it cheaper for us in the long run.
And one of the things I want to bring in, because you keep mentioning about the server, and this was put out during when the submissions were being made before the Supreme Court. They kept talking about the result transmission system. How has this been ring-fenced by the Supreme Court decision? It was a majority one that was made in 2017. You could go first, Gibson.
Oh, I'm not sure the part of ring-fencing.
I mean, making it safe, because they kept saying, because one of the things that they kept being asked is, you've got these kits that you're using to transmit the results. Where is the location identification? What is the process that was used? Did you send these things? And why is it that whatever is captured here and also available, and what is available at Bomas tended to be different? How did they secure that?
Okay, I think, I get it. You see, the part, what IBC this time has done, has done better than what they did last time. This time, as Milia said or alluded to earlier, is the fact that they have been able to be very transparent, that whatever is declared in compliance with the minor KI, whatever is declared at the constituency is actually reflected in the portal. So we don't need the server wherever it is. We don't want to care wherever it is, but provided we know whatever it is, and Chebukati has insisted that, we are not going to get any other results from anywhere. Go to the server, tally yourself, we will tally. If there's a difference, we will come talk. Me, I'm going to sleep. We meet tomorrow. You do your assignments. It's like students who have been sent home with an assignment. So let's meet tomorrow, we mark. We see who is wrong. So we wouldn't, that is assuaging people that, there's nothing to hide. The last time we were told of several stories. Oh, the server is in Europe. Oh, some people are sleeping. What is happening? You know, they can't wake up to put it on. You're wondering, what kind of funny stories are these? The lawyers who actually...
Servers never go off. That's what people forget.
Yes.
Servers never go off.
Exactly. If they go off, they're not working. They're not working. You cannot talk of a server which is dead. So, you know, they were trying to look a fool. They were playing fools of themselves, trying to say all these stories. And I think that's part of the reason why Chebukati has said we can't serve such public shame. It's enough. Let's just try and do things better this time. So the issue, the question you've asked about how they are ring-fenced is actually to be open. There's nothing to hide. Come check out. This is your stuff. This is what you paid for. Check it out. If you can crunch the numbers, the better.
Yeah, and remember that the court required them to transmit those results and for them to have 4G. If you can remember, one of the questions that the deputy CJ kept asking them was, how are you saying there's no 4G there? You know, to try and clarify that they should be able to get an alternative system of transmission and be able to ensure that that result is transmitted within a center, if not within it itself. Because that was something that the court tried to get them to explain, and there was no explanation forthcoming from them. So once the decision was passed that they must do this, they were required to do this. And that is why even at this time, during preparations, IEBC was very clear to tell us that they've ensured there's 4G available in all these places, and in the places where they'll transmit, and where there isn't, they clearly stated what the alternative would be well in advance, so that there's no secret about it.
Mm-hmm. All right, and we've just got news that's come in right now. We've got news that we have an update when it comes to Taveta, and Taveta constituency returning officer Yusuf Mohammed has declared the member of National Assembly results for Taveta constituency and has declared John Bwire Okalo as the winner. Remember, just recently, of course, Naomi Shaban conceded defeat in the Taita Taveta MP race, and remember, she was the main driver when it came to this particular party ticket. And of course, she was trying to retain her seat on the Jubilee party ticket, and she has considered defeat from her main rival, that was Wiper Party's John Bwire Okalo. So yes, just news that has just come in that John Bwire Okalo has been declared the winner for Taveta constituency. And yes, we will definitely keep giving you more information as we keep getting these figures. And of course, the results coming in from different counties, from different constituencies right here on KBC. We also were meant to have our reporter Alvin. He's in Kasarani Tallying Center, and he'll be giving us information and an update from there as well. We also have Jacqueline Masharia. So we do have a team of able reporters on ground at the different polling stations as they continue to give us this information, Wahome.
Well, I'm talking about Taveta constituency. Yeah. Two of those who are there, two of those who lost, one of them, just taking a look at this, is Naomi Shaban.
Yes.
And there is Mwachala Nzilai. Both garnered 7,772 votes each. Mm-hmm. They are tied. It just doesn't happen that you've got a tie when it comes to the votes cast, but 18,742, and that is from the Form 35B for John Bwire, who's been elected, the MP for Taveta. And we're also looking at an election that is creating a lot of fuss. When it comes down to the numbers, because this is an oddity that I've seen, where they may not have won 7,772 votes. What would be the implication if the top two ended up with something like that?
It's odd. I'm tempted, as we already said. It's an election of fasts. We have people conceding, we have auditors, the ones you're alluding to.
It's all about the numbers.
It's about numbers. It's about numbers, but I think that right from Jubilee 1, when the story of numbers started emerging as a key issue of discourse in Kenya, and people saying, you know, we have numbers, so the numbers speak for itself, and if you have numbers, there's nothing you can do about it. I think that the fact that now we are clearly seeing what it means to have numbers at the point of voting. When you see the numbers coming out and them being able to show you who is ahead and who is behind and by how much, and for you to see it and not wait for the final tally, is helping us to see some of these odd reactions for us as Kenyans, where now we can actually say that I put in a race, a good race, and he won. Yeah, may the better person has won. That is something that has been pretty rare.
And for the 27 names that we've mentioned, we've spoken about so far, those we've got confirmation of in the National Assembly, they come in with a role that, for all their manifestos, something has been taken away from them. The CDF, the Constituency Development Fund. It's only this week when it was declared, look, it's unconstitutional, which means that you knew you are going to move in, and as you are going to cast your ballots, people had already identified their CDF committees. Now, way forward now for them?
I think this is a very interesting discussion, because I think it was being overshadowed by the fact that there was an election, because the decision came in too late in the day, and people, of course, who are preparing, the election fever was already in place. So I think whoever is being elected, they should think twice whether they really want this thing. Even the amount of money, especially in my home area, if I speak, because I think it's one place where you want to run, it's one of the most expensive places to run. People have really been elected. I think they have a tall order, because that decision in itself shifts the paradigm against the MPs, because the decision is not the first, because there was a first decision at the High Court which was made.
Yes.
Then they appealed. The appeal, of course, came in with its own decision. They tried to come up and set up something different called the National Government CDF Fund, which again the court said that is null and void. We don't want that. Whatever it is you did does not amend the problem which was already declared by the High Court. So as it stands, the decision of the High Court still stands that actually the members of parliament's role is basically to legislate. You can't legislate and then audit yourself, because National Assembly is supposed to be for accountability of the national government. But here is a situation where the national government has given you funds, and then now how can it hold you accountable, and yet you are the people checking it? There's that particular aspect of kind of tokenism, and we have seen this in our parliament. We have had people say, or actually seen, that our members of parliament are the weakest chain in the link of democracy, actually in the aspect of democracy in Kenya, where we're talking about the three arms of government, whereby the courts are strong, the national government is trying to do its thing in whichever way out, but they're not holding it accountable. And part of the reason is this, that they have the CDF, which they could actually misuse, and then the national government could look the other side, provided they also give favors to the national government. So this is where I think Kenyans should be happy. This is a decision which is really going to change things, that now we're going to see a major fund, a major decision made that we are going to elect MPs purely for the role they are meant to be. The constitutionally anticipated role of legislation and holding government accountable. And it should start and end there, not giving them money again to start issuing like tokenism. As you have well put it, that most of these guys, they have nothing else to offer, because the only thing they say, I'll distribute the CDF. In their manifesto, they are saying, I'll distribute the CDF. I will ensure that I give school bursaries here and there. I mean, very typical things. Now, that has been taken away, and these guys will have to start rethinking the process where they actually need to be in the game. So if somebody went in for the CDF, or with the agenda of using the CDF wisely, he should rethink his priorities again.
Shiksha,
All right, remember we are getting updates coming in from different constituencies and of course different areas. An update just coming in from Kimilili, where Kimilili MP Didmas Baraza has been re-elected. Of course, he garnered 26,000 votes, while his closest challenger, Brian Kayemba of DAPK party, has got 9,000 votes. Now remember, he is currently wanted, as he allegedly shot dead and aged to his rival, Mr. Brian Kayemba of DAPK party on Tuesday evening, whom he managed to beat by, there's a big gap there of around 17,000 votes. So, does this change the dynamic of everything? Does it feel like it all went to waste?
Okay, from the legal aspect,
yes, as a lawyer.
Yes, as a lawyer, I will want to say that that thing, when I had that communication that somebody had actually been shot.
Yes, allegedly shot dead.
Allegedly shot
Absolutely.
dead. Of course, the photos are there. That was very sad. And whoever it is that we talk to, everybody shares the same sentiment that that shouldn't have happened.
Yes.
That shows that Kenyans have become conscious that we don't want violence.
Yes.
Other than that, there is the aspect, of course, that will be processed in a different way. The DCI will come in and be able to process that. I hear they are looking for him.
Yes, he had 24 hours to surrender.
Yes, to surrender and show up. And now that he has been declared winner, now he needs to show up fast. Because
no, it's very easy. It's very easy to arrest him.
Yes, it's very easy to arrest
when he's
the
going
guy.
to pick his 35C.
You get hold of him and grab him and put him inside fast. So other than that, the process of that election, there is a high possibility if actually somebody goes to court for it to be annulled because of the election malpractice, where actually somebody was shot.
Yes.
So that is very sad. And I think Chebukati himself alluded to that. He did allude to the aspect that it's going to be annulled, but actually said that that is a criminality. It will be processed by the criminal justice system, and we are ready for anything. If somebody comes with an order that we need to redo the election,
the possibility of that as well.
The possibility of that also exists. And if people of that particular place, but however much that they had so much confidence in the guy, but then, you are seeing the kind of person, allegedly.
Yes.
Allegedly, because that has not been confirmed.
But I think the frustration there was also with Chebukati.
Okay.
Because in the eyes of everybody, this was clearly something that happened in the face of an election. And Chebukati comes up and says that this has nothing to do with the election. It is a criminal offense.
Yes.
And let DCI deal with it. Yet we have been constantly saying that we want to see IEBC with teeth that can deal with members. Can you imagine how beautiful it would have been if right now we were saying that actually the votes have come in as one, but he's been kicked out.
Right.
Because of having committed an offense, an electoral offense. And therefore, despite his 26,000, we are giving this seat to the next highest person, which is 9,000. Kenyans would have begun to
do in the Olympics.
You know?
If you're got doping.
We take the next person.
You know, it would have been a very beautiful discussion. It would have moved us away from the tension of waiting for the presidential results.
Absolutely.
When we talk about the impact of Didymus having lost this seat. But unfortunately, we missed that opportunity.
Yes.
And electoral offenses will still continue.
I think also the aspect that we shouldn't encourage this. This is very sad.
Yes,
As Kenyans, we shouldn't think this law. Whatever the situation which propelled allegedly to do whatever he did or he didn't do, it shouldn't happen. Nobody should actually get to that level of just pulling a gun. I wonder whether even he's actually a licensed, because there are very strict laws now, especially for licensed gun owners.
Yes, they are.
So I don't know. I think the charges will come in handy.
All right, Wahome, we've got an update.
Yes, we've got an update, and this is from Alvin Kaunda, who is reporting for Kenya Decides from Kasarani constituency.
Thank you very much. The counting of votes is still ongoing in many places around the country, and the situation is the same at the Kasarani Constituency Tallying Center, that is the Kasarani Sports Center. And the reason for this delay was that the results were delayed from the polling centers, and who had come there since the voting day, that's on Tuesday 9th, and the results arrived a day earlier, that's Wednesday at 5 a.m. in the morning. And we were earlier informed by the constituency, or rather the constituency returning officer, that this exercise will be completed very early this morning. And so that means we're still waiting for the results right now. And at the moment, what we were saying right now is that some of the presiding officers are working hand in hand with the polling clerks to ensure that this exercise is completed within the expected hours. For now, what we have here is the provisional results for Kasarani constituency, from the presidential to the MPs for 77 polling stations out of the 240 that we have in this constituency, that's Kasarani constituency. Maybe if I could quickly read them out, is that I'll start with the presidential, and we have Deputy President William Ruto leading with 17,723 votes, followed by Honorable Raila Odinga with 10,765, and followed by David Maure with 127 votes, and lastly Professor George Wajakoya with 110 votes. Moving on to the governor, we have Johnson Sakaja leading with 22,742 votes, followed by Polycarp Igathe with 6,948 votes. Moving on to the senator, we have Wanjiru Margaret leading with the 12,884 votes, followed by Edwin Sifuna with 8,010 votes, and lastly David Mwangi with 232 votes. For the women rep, we have Millicent Omanga with 14,279 votes, followed by Esther Passaris with 8,135 votes. And the MP, we have an MP race for this constituency, that's Kasarani constituency, we have Ronald Karauri leading with 10,536 votes, followed by Shege Njoroge with 9,234 votes, and followed by Masi Wanjiku Gakuya with 7,641 votes. And also, when you talk about the security of this center, is that it has been strengthened, because the Kasarani Center is not only a tallying center for the constituency, but also a tallying center for the whole of this county, that's Nairobi County. So that's all, and more updates later as time goes by. Back to the studio.
Well, thank you very much, Alvin Kaunda, who is at the Kasarani Tallying Center, which is also serving as the county of the Nairobi City County National Tallying Center. So we shall be getting briefings from the county level coming from Kasarani, and this is on Kenya Decides as it continues. And also, meanwhile, this was a story that we had earlier today, where the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has received 99.8% of results from all of presidential form 34A, this representing over 46,000 out of the 46,229 polling stations, with a collating an announcement of the result at the constituencies still underway. During a briefing earlier yesterday, IBC Chair Wafula Chebukati says while the law provides that the commission announces the results of the president-elect within 7 days, the commission shall endeavor to conclude the exercise at the earliest time possible.
Different polling centers continue to stream into the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission website as the electoral body awaits for the returning officers to bring the physical forms of 34A and 34B for verifications.
They will physically deliver the National Tallying Center here at Bomas forms 34As and 34Bs.
The commission is up to task even as voting in Elders Wajir County continues, a day after the actual voting day due to insecurity concerns in the region.
That voting in that constituency commenced today at 6 a.m.
Chebukati further acknowledged a few areas recorded in Rakware at Rongo, Migori County, as well as Anabkoi and Sabaot.
Result from 34A from Rukwaro Market polling station, Rongo constituency, Migori County was erroneously transmitted. The commission will await for the original Form 34A from the returning officer, validate it with the presidential agents, and thereafter replace the said image in the portal.
As of the last briefing, the electoral body says 65.4%, representing 14,164,561 Kenyans, had cast their votes out of the 22 million registered voters. 97.4% of the results of Form 34A have so far been received, representing 45,038 out of the 46,229 polling stations. Meanwhile, to ensure transparency and effective communication, the IEBC has set up a within the National Tallying Center, the Bomas of Kenya, where journalists have been converging to disseminate information.
Huduma za hapa ni kwa mtazamo wangu naona ni nzuri kwa sababu kwanza tangu nimekuja kuna briefings zilikuwa zinafanyika hapa.
In terms of the space, it is quite big compared to last time. It was a bit small.
Journalists here have acknowledged the adequate security put in place to ensure the flow of information is smooth.
We have a special access card to access all the way from the gate to the National Tallying Center. I think they've really tried in terms of beefing up security and who can access the National Tallying Center.
A call center with almost 100 personnel receiving information and calls from Kenyans across the country has also been set up. As the tallying continues, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has set up this call center urging Kenyans to use the toll-free number, which is 1543 and 1544, to report any matters to the Commission. Reporting from the National Tallying Center, I'm Serafina Robbie.
Thank you very much, Serafina Robbie, for that report. That was the IBC briefing that was done yesterday. Remember, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has said that let our officers do the work. We will not keep you posted with briefings every few minutes. All we shall do is let everyone do their work once we get, as the numbers come through from the constituencies and also from the counties, then we shall be telling you and giving you updates. For example, everyone later today would like to know how it went down in Eldas in Wajir County, where elections were delayed by a day, and this was after there was an incident on Monday night. But we continue with our discussion in studio with Gibson Gisore and Mililwanga Shiksha.
Thank you very much for that, Wahom. And I remember the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has also begun announcing the results for various offices in the 2022 Kenya general elections. We'll definitely be giving you an update on that. There has been more members of parliament that have, of course, been elected. We'll be talking about the recent ones that have been announced by IEBC. There's been a couple that have come to my attention. So we'll take a break in a bit, and after that, we'll give you more information on that. But before that, let's just get back to the conversation that we're having in studio with Gibson and, of course, Millie, as we continue to dissect the general election 2022. Now, Millie, you know, tomorrow, of course, tomorrow morning, we are expecting that press briefing from IEBC where we'll get an update on what next. You know, we have been told that they have 5 more days with which they have to declare the results. And that's something that a lot of Kenyans are waiting and looking forward to. Remember, there's been a lot that's said online. There's a lot of misinformation online, and everybody seems to have declared their own winners on Twitter, especially. That's something that I've been noticing. It is quite confusing being a Kenyan right now.
It is.
Especially a young Kenyan on Twitter who doesn't really watch the news. You should be watching the news. I don't know why they don't. Because we're the ones who'll be, you know, giving you the right information, right? And we're verifying all these things that are coming to our attention, and we're really just making sure that we do it in the most righteous way possible. But when you go online, citizen journalism, I believe right now, is one of the biggest factors that's causing anxiety and a lot of misinformation. Fake news is something that we keep talking about, and there's something that has been used time and again. It's a word. It's called sensational journalism, right? And do you think right now on Twitter especially, this is something that's been adopted by leaders as well? People who are public figures who have blue ticks on Twitter are going out there and declaring their own winners.
And it is giving them an opportunity to have the most number of likes they've ever seen.
Right.
In their tweets, because some people have been tweeting and they don't get enough likes because maybe what they've been tweeting is boring, it's not catchy. So suddenly you tweet something and many people will retweet, like it and watch, and it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling to have the limelight for the 2 seconds that you do.
Yeah.
So I think that's a thrill that is difficult to deal with.
Right.
Because I think the most we can do is to constantly remind people to educate themselves.
Yes.
That there is value in waiting for verified information.
Absolutely.
And not relying on certain sites. Because even the courts have been criticized by lawyers. For example, remember during the BBI case, when the courts quoted, I think, Google. They quoted Google as one of their sources of information, and that was a discourse for an entire week. People saying, really? Is that where you'd base? Was it Google or Wikipedia?
It's Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. Yeah, it was
Yes.
Wikipedia. Yes, it was Wikipedia. And people said, can you really? Do you know how Wikipedia works? Many people don't know that Wikipedia is, how it works, how it generates the information
right.
that is sourced in there. So when you rely on it, because even with the mainstream media that has got Twitter handles, the information changes.
Yes.
Yeah, it changes with time. Once they clarify, once they get it, it's different once it's been confirmed. So educating Kenyans to be able to sit still and enjoy the fact that you are able to get an inkling of what is likely to be, but don't rely on that and base all your hope in it, is something that I think we can't do enough of.
Right.
I like what I think is a governor. The governor whose tweeters and his video has been circulated so much, the one who said that politics you don't...
Oh, that is Governor Mandago.
Yeah. Mandago.
Weka kwa lungs.
Yes, he said politics, you place here. It's important to use that, make a meme out of it, and tell people that information in social media you put here.
Yes.
You don't take it and wait for verification. Yeah.
What about you, Gibson? Like when you look at, for instance, there are people who are allies of different parties, and of course these are people who are constantly updating the followers, pro UDA and pro Azimio and pro Roots party as well. And every time you're on social media, all you're seeing is them declaring their winners, right? And then people in the comment section go out there and ask questions. But I mean, I like the fact that people are actually asking these questions, like, where are you getting these results from? I haven't seen them. We have other results. Our results are different from yours. So where are you getting these results from? So it's also nice to see that people are actually getting very proactive and they are also informing themselves that not everything that a leader would say or a politician would say is actually the truth, right? Yes. And the truth from the Bible, because these are not facts sometimes. Because you just see a lot of people doing the most, as Millie mentioned, just to get those likes and 2 seconds of fame, which can cause an issue in the long run because people start getting triggered and there's anxiety that's caused in the process.
I think I'm looking at it differently in that, do you imagine that from the time elections was declared up to now, you might not be knowing your MC, you might not be knowing, and then there's nothing you know. These people coming up with these stories is a sensation. It keeps people engaged. It keeps people temperatures talking and trying to discussions. Yes, the temperatures come down and you are like, my guy is winning this thing. So then the next minute somebody is saying, no, he's actually not winning it.
There was yesterday at Langata. We saw it happen.
There was Langata. There's Sakaja.
Yes.
Sakaja in Nairobi. I mean, I've seen somebody. I think it's really usually somebody was saying, how can Sakaja win this because he had already won. Who has won Sakaja out of the Nairobi seat? Up to now, I don't know the correct position. Up to now, I don't know the correct position
based
because
on social media as to what we
personally, in the morning, I wanted to congratulate one of my good boys who were with him in school.
Because you saw something on social media.
Yes, but I called him, he didn't pick, but I said, now let me hold it until he's declared. Once I see him with the certificate, then I will be able to congratulate him. Had he picked and told me the situation, then I would be in a better position. So sometimes what you see, you can't carry it. It should be sensationalism, it could be some blogger who has been paid, it could be somebody else who has just seen some figures from one side. So you need to actually verify or wait for IBC to declare. That is then the only true source. Until somebody is issued, like Mule from Machakos has been issued, then that is the time you can actually say, now we have taken this thing.
And I think that's the thrill of social media. Because remember even the number of people, especially celebrities, who've been killed so many times in social media.
Yes.
Someone wakes up in the morning and decides so-and-so is dead. And people are, oh my gosh, and it's circulating and circulating. And then the family is coming out to say,
no, this person is alive.
He's alive. Simply because you want to see how many people are going to like your comment, how many people are going to comment on it, how...
The funny thing is, most of the comments that I actually read under these, declarations of the candidates winning are from the youth. And I feel like they're the ones who are the most engrossed, and they're the ones to pick out the mistakes immediately, because they know they're following the election. They want to know who the winner is. They're following the results. They're actually keeping tabs on the different media outlets, and of course checking on the IEBC portal as well. But then when it comes to voting, they're nowhere to be seen.
They become social media returning officers.
I like that. On that note, I think
they have no agent.
They just declare, let it be.
Social media returning officers. I think on that note, we should take a break. Right? So we'll be right back in just a short moment. Make sure you stay right here as we continue to, keep tabs on what's happening in the different polling stations and, of course, tallying centers, I beg your pardon. We continue to get all the information from our various reporters on ground and, of course, in studio as well with our analysts. We've got Millie and Gibson, and not forgetting my co-anchor, Wahome. So make sure you come right back. This is KBC Channel 1.
Kenya Decides is going on 24 hours on KBC Channel 1. Thank you for being with us deep into the night. We're in the wee hours of the morning, and it is almost 48 hours since polls were opened, and about just count less than that, 36 hours since they were closed, with the exception of Eldas and Wajir constituencies, and the numbers coming in, including of those who have been elected into the National Assembly. We shall be coming to that with their details much later, but would like to close this conversation that we've had with our panel of advocates Millie Lwanga and Gibson Gisore. And, you know, it's turning out to be very interesting social implication of it. And Shiksha, you're the one who's going to social media. There are top 5 trends at the moment in Kenya.
Right, so I was actually just having this conversation before we came back. Yeah, it is very interesting, I must say. So the top 5 trends currently on Twitter are Ngirichi, hashtag Sakaja, hashtag Itumbi, hashtag Raila the 5th, and hashtag Nixon Korir, which, by the way, is one of the most trending topics. It's at 6,000 tweets almost. Apart from that, we've also got Sakaja that's been at around 4,000 tweets. And then we've got Bomas of Kenya as well. So yes, a lot of activity on Twitter. As we do know, a lot of people, I think they prefer to have Twitter as their choice of information.
Well, actually, and talking about Twitter, you know, last night at around this time, 27 governor positions had been declared. Talking about social media, but on something more serious, 21 incumbencies. 21 non-incumbencies in the gubernatorial seats. What's going to be the test for this? 21 counties electing new governors. People, you know, it's been lost, but there are 21.
It's going to be, you remember that the time we were having the conversation about the BBI, we had a lot of the governors supporting the BBI. And the reason why a lot of them were supporting it was because they had insisted on including the removal clause, because then it would give them a lifeline. If you can remember, when the governors first came in, there was a lot of confusion with the excellency and the entourage and everything, and all that confusion coming in. And I remember the first visit to Nairobi with all the governors, and it was like Nairobi has come to a standstill. All the governors are here for a meeting with the president. I think that now, when we will have again a whole lot of a new set coming in, trying to set their own rules, with the Council of Governors being their convergence point, we are going to see a lot of different changes. They may even effect some changes in the style of management of the Council of Governors, the style in which it delivers its information or relates with the rest of the arms of governance, because they will have the numbers. There will be more than those who have been there. So we expect good things, but of course we also do expect that the counties will be excited, because they'll be having new CEOs, so to speak, and there'll be a lot of expectation. First 100 days in office, there'll be a lot of news to cover in all the different counties.
Well, and Gibson, there is also something else I'd like to bring in. And so far from the announcements that have been made, not an independent, haven't seen the name of an independent candidate, but what's going to be the case of the independents? And just a quick reference to the 12th Parliament, 14 independent candidates had been elected. What's their case here?
I think they still have a chance. We're going to have a couple of independent people, given that some of the nomination processes were not very inclusive, or were not actually reflecting the will of the people, if I might put it that way, especially the big parties. So people ended up going to run as independent. So we are likely to see a couple of independent people coming in, and that will, of course, bring a very interesting mix. That will bring a very interesting mix in the National Assembly. I'm not sure whether there will be a governor who will be independent. We'll just wait. But in this time we had Laikipia.
Yes, Laikipia. We had.
Yes, and we hope there won't be many. But then we know for governor there isn't much. Because he's in control of his territory. But for National Assembly, it means that the paradigm has got, somebody has to be bought or to be actually convinced to side with one of the sides when especially voting happens. So that would be very interesting if these people go beyond the numbers which we have seen, and that there are some of those who will actually still their heart remains. You know, you can be the party can run away from you, but you can fail to run away from the party. So you can still associate with. We have seen that aspect where people actually they're independent, but they tend to associate with a particular party or their policies or understanding or voting actually is with the other party. So it depends. And then there are those who will be like me. I'm just here. I'm just here. Let me wait. Let me wait. What the ground tells me is when I will tell you which side I want to vote in. And those are very interesting characters to deal with, especially in the National Assembly.
And just to add on to that, the difficulty with independence is because of the current structure of the legislature. You find that if you're independent, you have to ally with a side. Otherwise, you may, although they try to change the standing orders now, you may find that you miss committees. Because if the minority decides to put you in one of the, they'll be doing it as a favor. Or if the majority decides to do that. And not being in a committee is a very frustrating thing for an elected leader because you then cannot do anything.
No, but from what we've seen, there is they are always friends of committees.
I'm here as a friend. There's also the aspect of missing revenue. Especially now that the CDF has been taken away, now that is going to be a problem.
Sitting allowance.
The sitting allowance.
Yes.
So that is going to be a very interesting thing because people will have now to switch sides and say, nah, me. You guys, you left me, but I'm still with you.
Don't forget me.
Yes. All right, so Shiksha, pick some final words from Millie and Gibson.
Absolutely. Like we've been just talking about the different elements of this election, and as we await the final results of the presidential elections, currently we've been seeing that subnational results have actually been, trickling in as we continue to talk about the MPs, and we also spoke about the incumbent MPs and how, a lot of them are actually fresh, and a lot of them are actually so to speak, they don't have that experience. And do you think that that's an issue when you talk about a member of parliament who doesn't really have an experience when it comes to having that particular seat per se? Do you think it would be a bit of a challenge for them and to try and get a grip of things in the beginning?
It is definitely a challenge. And in fact, it is one of the things now that will be their key task,
yes,
which is representation, oversight, and legislation. Because in order for them to represent the people, they must be able to articulate the people's issues in the House. In order for them to be able to legislate, it means that they must be able to contribute in the discourse during the making of these bills.
Yes.
Now, we know that with the current setup, with 300 and something legislators almost in the National Assembly, it is very, very difficult for any of them to catch the eye of the Speaker, for them to be able to speak. So it will probably be very frustrating. For the most seasoned ones, they normally know the tricks. They know the tricks where you'll find that they know when to press so that they highlight their name so that they'll be picked up by the Speaker. They know how to catch the eye of the Speaker or the chair of the session so that they're able to contribute. Sometimes they're even called twice, and they have to be reminded that you already spoke to this, you may not speak to it, because they had played the tricks to ensure they're caught. These are things that novices may not know. So I think it's a very frustrating, unless you're a quick learner, it may be very frustrating in the first couple of months. And unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm not sure which one to use, we've got a very alert Kenyan society who are watching. They want to see whether you're speaking, whether you're contributing, and they're commenting on that. Yeah. And now that the CDF will have been removed, focus, I'm sure, will be more on who is doing what in Bunge. Are they playing their role? Yes. We've had MPs who have even been re-elected, and they never spoke even once. They were never in Bunge. They were at risk of, I will not name them, but I'm sure we know.
All they said is I.
Yes.
But the only time they actually spoke a complete sentence is when they were being sworn. So there's of course that aspect, and we expect that these people are going to have a challenge. And, the standing orders of parliament are legalistic in nature. So if especially somebody does not come from a legal background, we'll need to do a refresher on maybe legislative drafting and such things, and even the standing orders procedures, because some of them, even pretty late in the day, you will actually see the speaker correcting them that's actually against the order. You cannot be speaking after he has spoken, or is actually on a point of order, you can't interrupt him. So, if that happens for seasoned guys, or actually people who have been in parliament for the longest, then it means that's going to be a problem. A very big problem, because some of these people will have to be taken to class. And very interesting to notice that once these guys get to parliament, they become larger than life. You call them for a conference, these guys cannot sit 5 minutes. Once they have signed, especially, there's some allowance they have to take, they just sign. The next minute you see them congregating in a southern corner, discussing some very different things from what is actually supposed to be discussed. And off they leave. And then they show up maybe at the close, and they say, we were here. Well, they're actually not even aware what was discussed. And this is how we end up coming up with poor policies, or these people end up passing legislation which actually they ought to have the input or input, but then they have a very poor grasp of these things. And we end up, because all they're interested in is in the money, is in what is happening, how we coalescing against a certain particular aspect. And if the aspect of the new members, if it's actually going to be big, we are actually going to have a bigger problem, given that these other new young ones will be like calves, which will be following the old ones, the seasoned ones. So if the seasoned ones are up to mischief, they will be pulling them in, and will end up having serious issues, especially in decision making at the National Assembly.
All right, a quick one from each one of you as a closing remark, because now that the National Assembly numbers have started coming in, we are supposed to have 290 elected from the 290 constituencies, 47 women from the counties. So we are talking about 337. But there is the 1/3 rule about gender representation in parliament, and that means at least 67 women must be elected from the 290 constituencies. Looking at the last letter that Chief Justice, the last heavy communication that came from Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga to the President was dissolve Parliament. This body is not supposed to exist. What's going to be the implication if we do not have 113, 114 members of the National Assembly who are women this time round?
We start the conversation again. Unfortunately, the way the law is structured, this will be a new parliament, so they have to be given an opportunity to also pass the legislation. So we'll start the conversation again, and chances are that it will be a never-ending saga.
Gibson.
From my end, I think, of course, I would want to add to that and say that, of course, that would be given. And then even if the discussion flops in the first stage, then they have again another 6 months to bring it up, the way the other parliaments have been doing. Like, you find that there was Duale tried to do this, another person tried to do this after some time, and then we are like, now let's just get back to court and decide whether this thing is workable. But then there's also a very interesting perspective, which has come up. There's a very interesting perspective which has come up in that the party lists, for nominations, I think I saw quite a number of women featuring highly. I think parties are anticipating a situation where they might be in such a situation where we might not be able to have elected women under the parties or under the coming to parliament through elections. So that is going to be another avenue where we're going to get nominations. I hope we're going to get enough. So that we don't have to actually restart this conversation again.
Yeah, definitely at the county level we should. But at the national level, the law does not allow them. So then it becomes very tricky again, because they have only 12 nominations.
Exactly.
And that's it.
All right. Thank you very much, Millie Luanga and Gibson Gisore, for being with us. Well, time for us to take a little break, and we shall come back and update you more on what's happening all around the world as the numbers start coming in from the constituency tallying centers. The B series of forms is now in effect, now that all the A series of forms has been dispensed with until Chebukati checks them. at Bomas before he makes the announcement by the 16th. Now, he's got to do it by the 16th of August, and then after he makes that announcement, 1 week later, he's got some other elections to take care of. Let's take a short break. Everyone needs a cup of coffee at the moment in the studio. Everyone. Let's give them that chance.